Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel over the starry skies and glide through glistening seas with Asteria, the Titan goddess of shooting stars. Before we embark on our journey to ancient Greece, however, let us take a moment to find peace and comfort in the place that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress underneath you. Here and now, there are no obligations. There is no to-do list. By simply lying here with your eyes closed, listening to the sound of my voice, you are already resting and giving your body time to relax. Turn your attention for a brief moment to how your body feels lying in bed. Can you feel the plush mattress underneath you? The softness of the pillow as it cradles your head? Can you feel the blankets as they embrace you, comforting you and keeping you warm and cozy, away from the cool night air? With your eyes closed, try and picture what your room looks like. Find where the door is in your mind. Find where the closet is. Trace them out in your mind as your room slowly comes into focus in your imagination. Here, in your imagination, anything is possible. So tonight, we are going to bring the stars inside. Try and picture a starry night sky on your ceiling. Not the peel and stick stars, the real deal. Where your ceiling once was, there's something entirely different now. A small model of the solar system hovering just above your head. The darkness of the inky black expanse of space swirls mere inches away from you, peppered with sparkling stars that look even more miraculous from such close proximity. You can see the colors within them, the glow of orange, blue, pink, and red, twirling and flickering against the blackness. And tonight, you can reach out and touch them. Imagine yourself lifting your hand and dipping it into the cosmic cloud hovering over you. Feel the cool air of that swirling darkness and the gentle warmth of the stars. As you move your hand, the stars shift like flowers on a pond. They clink against one another like tiny glass bulbs, filling the air around you with a gentle, soothing melody, almost like bells ringing. For the first time, you can see and feel what treasures they really are. But these stars are not just moved by the gentle brush of your hand. These stars are alive, living and breathing and making their way across the universe. Just as you're swirling your hand in the cosmic cloud, a brilliant light shines from your right. And this light is none other than a shooting star. You watch in awe as it arcs over your head, leaving a sparkling trail of incandescent space dust in its wake. It has no particular goal in mind. It is not creating anything but beauty and wonder, and you are grateful for that. It arcs over your head, and for a brief second, you can see the shades shimmering inside it, ruby and amber and sapphire and gold, reminding you of the treasure that this moment really is. And as quickly as the star streaks across the perfect celestial haze above your head, it disappears into the clouds on the other side of your room. Though it is gone, you can see the space dust it left behind. You watch as the space dust travels down, growing closer to you as you lie there on your back, taking in the beautiful sight. Asteria stretched in the cool grass, amazed at the sight of stars as they streaked across the night sky, leaving unique trails in the atmosphere. As the Titan goddess of stars, she could feel each and every one as they traveled down toward the horizon. After all, she was in control of it. With the mere twinkle of her fingers, she could send the star cascading down to the earth anywhere that she would like. She could send it spiraling down in the sparkling ocean that she could see from her cozy spot on Mount Olympus. She could send it to the forests where the humans worshipped her and admired her as an oracle. She could send it to the vast deserts in the far distance, where her stars shone brighter than ever. But tonight, she simply watched them as they went at their own pace toward that beautiful horizon. Leto stretched beside Asteria, soaking in the glow of this brilliant starry night sky. She didn't command power over the stars like her sister did. She was not a Titan goddess of anything quite yet. But she was not a jealous woman. She was a happy one. She loved her sister's connection to the stars. She loved lying out in the grass of Olympus with her sister every single night, watching as the stars came to be. She felt they were a perfect reflection of who Asteria was as a person, brilliant and magical. The two sisters lay in that cool grass for hours, giggling and swapping stories with one another. It was their nightly ritual, a ritual that no one else on Olympus was invited to. Not that they would want to attend anyway. Once, the Titans had ruled over everything. During the Golden Age, the Titans commanded the cosmos under the reign of Cronus, who happened to be the girl's ancestor. But when the Titans fell, the world changed for Asteria and Leto. They were allowed to stay on Olympus when many Titans were not. It was a gift, a privilege, but they knew it would one day come with a price. They were allowed to stay because of their beauty, and they knew that meant that sometime one of the gods would be coming for them. But for now, they were thrilled to scurry away from the gods and goddesses and find their own little slice of paradise in the grass of the beauty that was Olympus. While many on Olympus shunned them, wanting them to be thrown back down to earth, the girls were unbothered, because at the end of the day, they knew they had one another. They shared a love that no god or goddess could ever sever. That night, after watching the shooting stars make their way across the beautiful land, the two girls made their way back to their chambers. The night was particularly cool, and despite that, they decided to take the long way back. As they walked down the halls of marble and gold, they breathed in the scent of the fresh air wafting through the windows. The smell of citrus and the fragrant olive trees, of earthy soil and of the distant salty sea. It was something that always put them at ease before they went to bed. They appreciated the earth for all it provided them with. And after the Titans fell, they appreciated that they were allowed to be here enjoying it even more. Asteria gave her sister a kiss on the cheek and retired to her room. She went about her nightly ritual of lighting candles. Then she crouched before an altar. Not only was Asteria the goddess of the stars, but the goddess of dream divination and astrology. She spent some time there, wading through dreams and thoughts of the future, seeking out messages of the health and fortune of those around her. It was then, when she was crouched before the glowing candles, that she felt a presence behind her. She knew who it was before she even turned around, though she dreaded looking at him in the eye. Zeus stood behind her, hands crossed over his chest as they always were. He took Asteria by the hand and told her how divine she was, how she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and how he must have her. Asteria knew this time would come, but she had been hoping it wouldn't be so soon. She had been hoping this would occur with anyone but Zeus. She knew from her time on Olympus that there was no point in convincing the man. She knew she must flee. She backed up to the window, confidence and determination churning through her veins. She sat on the windowsill and gave Zeus a faint smile before she tipped herself backwards, falling out and free falling through the air with complete and total grace. As the wind rushed around her and the grass below grew near, she took a deep breath. Using her magic, she transformed into a snow-white quail. She glided through the air then, flying away from Olympus as fast as the wind would take her. As she flew away, she cast one look over her shoulder. The window in the distance was aglow with candles, a flicker of warmth in the darkness that was night. and in that window was her sister. Her sister would love her and find her no matter what. For a few moments, Asteria was free. She felt the cold air lace through her feathers as she sailed through the wind. She felt the earth moving beneath her, so far below that she was completely and entirely untethered. For the first time ever, she felt like she could understand the shooting stars. She was the one sailing across the sky, leaving a trail of wonder and magic in her wake. But her moment of peace, of connection to her abilities, came to an end when she cast another look over her shoulder. She thought she had lost Zeus, that he wouldn't pursue her if she transformed into a quail and left Olympus behind forever. But sadly, Asteria was wrong. Zeus was right behind her, flying through the air after her. He had transformed into an eagle, and as he flew after her, picking up speed, Asteria's heart sank. She had to outrun him, and she would do whatever it took. She dived down toward the ground, embracing the feeling of the wind ruffling her feathers even more. Just as she was about to hit the soft earth, she turned herself up, gliding just above it instead. Her talons brushed against the dewy grass, sending droplets of condensation falling over the soil like rain. She skimmed the ground for quite some time, marveling at the sights from an entirely new angle. But Zeus still pursued her. She wove through the trees, narrowly grazing the bark as she made her way through the forest canopy with such grace. It was like a fine dance she was performing. Unfortunately, Zeus was dancing alongside her, not missing a single step. Asteria felt her hope of outrunning Zeus diminishing more and more the further she flew. When she burst out of the forest, it felt like a blessing. Once more, she could see the starry sky overhead, reminding her that things would be okay. And the stars were not just in the sky overhead. They were reflected in the sea below. The Aegean Sea was so utterly calm that night that it was like a sheet of glass stretching to the far horizon. Asteria skimmed along the top of the water, still hoping that somehow Zeus would lose steam and fall into the sea. But she had no such luck. In his eagle form, he grew closer and closer to her. In utter desperation, she suddenly realized what she had to do. She looked down at the stars reflecting in the sea below her. It was like an entire ocean of stars, inviting her to take a dip, telling her that safety could be found there, could be found within them. She took a deep breath and dived into the sea. With ease, her beak sliced through the water, welcoming her to the safety of the depths below. She transformed back into her human form. The touch of the cool water against her skin was a completely different sensation than the one she had been experiencing only moments prior, when it was the night air that was brushing over her. There was a sense of elation that found her then, floating without a tether in the sea. She watched as Zeus turned and headed back to Olympus, figuring that she was no longer worth the trouble. She had made it. She had escaped Zeus and found comfort in this sea of stars. But unfortunately, that comfort could not last forever. Zeus was a god who wanted beautiful women by his side, but his brother Poseidon was also. The minute Asteria emerged from beneath the water and took a breath of the night air, she knew Poseidon would be heading for her. She could feel the power of the god weaving through the ocean to reach her. She knew that there was no way she could make it to shore, no matter what animal she became, no matter what powers she used. And so, she took a deep breath. She turned her gaze up to the stars, to her stars, and smiled at them. A shooting star trailed overhead, leaving that beautiful trail of space dust in its wake. It glistened against the inky black sky, somehow even more stunning than ever. Summoning all her strength, Asteria transformed herself yet again, not into a bird, nor a fish, nor a star, but an island, a floating island. Moments before Poseidon would reach her, she was gone. The floating island in her place, Delos, was barren and empty, devoid of plants or life in any way, shape, or form. His plans thwarted, Poseidon dived back into the waves, disappearing into the depths of the sea where he belonged. And with that, a new era began. Asteria, the beautiful, kind goddess of the stars, of dream divination, of astrology, was an island, floating through the sea with no connection to the land at all. She was to aimlessly make her way through the sea, and she had no idea how long it would be for. She was alone with nothing but the stars to comfort her and guide her. But she wouldn't be that way for long. Back at Olympus, her sister Leto hadn't escaped Zeus. She found herself pregnant with 2 of his children, something that was not entirely unique, but something that made her the enemy of Hera, Zeus's wife. Leto fled Olympus as soon as she could, fearing Hera's wrath. And when Hera's wrath finally came upon her, It was at the worst time. Leto traveled the land, trying to find a safe place to give birth to her twins, but Hera wouldn't let that happen. Hera pursued Leto as she journeyed from island to island, from mountaintop to mountaintop, desperately trying to find a safe spot for herself and her children. But time and time again, Hera would descend upon Leto, making her delivery spot unsafe. As Leto continued traveling, searching and searching for a place to have her children, Hera sent her decree, forbidding any bit of land or sea from giving Leto refuge. Leto was devastated. She feared having no place to go. She wondered what was going to happen to herself and her children. But then she heard the voice of her sister. Asteria told her sister that she did not fear the wrath of Hera, and since the floating island was neither mainland nor a real island, she wanted to provide her sister with refuge, with a place to give birth to her niece and nephew. And so, Leto fled to the island of Delos. It was a barren, sad place. There was nothing but sand, dirt, and rocks. But it felt like home to Leto, because it was where her sister was. That night, under a starry sky full of shooting stars, Leto gave birth to her beautiful, powerful twins, Artemis and Apollo. As she cradled her marvelous children in her arms, Leto promised her sister that Delos would be revered by many. It would be honored by many and become a place of refuge for those worthy of it. Leto stayed on the island as it floated aimlessly across the sea. In time, thanks to the power of Artemis and Apollo, the island began to flourish. Trees sprouted up from the sand, providing shade and shelter and supplies. Bushes ripe with berries and fruits began to grow out of the earth. Their aroma filled the air. The sticky sweet smell of fresh berries and sugar mixed with the briny, revitalizing scent of the ocean. Even animals began to roam the island, providing Leto, Artemis, and Apollo with food. For quite some time, they lived a perfect life there, and they weren't alone. In her human form, Asteria visited Apollo and Artemis. As part of the island, she could never leave it and return to the mainland. At one point, she had thought it to be a terrible fate, but now it was far from it. Now she could provide her sister and her niece and nephew with a safe place to live forever. And their days were, indeed, full of life. In the mornings, Asteria and Leto would sit around a fire and cook up a healthy breakfast for the kids. The kids would toddle around on the island. They would lie in the fields of flowers and nap beneath palm trees. whispering to one another about their dreams and their hopes for the future. They would play games and splash one another in the shallow water. They were completely whole on the island, able to roam and play and splash around to their heart's content. When breakfast was ready, they would join Asteria and Leto at the home they had built. They would eat with one another, appreciating every bite of delicious food and sharing delightful conversation. Asteria and Leto taught the kids all the lessons they needed to know. They would walk around the island and point out the different plants and animals, teaching the kids all about the world. Asteria would recite poetry to them as they wandered the beaches and relaxed with their feet in the sand. When they took midday naps under the shade of palm trees, Artemis and Apollo would ask about history, about the other gods. Leto would fill them in with everything they needed to know about the world. It was a peaceful life, a beautiful one, but nothing was quite as beautiful as when the night swept across the island. The odd little family would gather around a campfire and turn their gaze to the sky. They would smile dreamily as they looked up at each sparkling star in wonder. And then the show would begin. Asteria twirled her fingers every single night, commanding the shooting stars to dance across the sky for her. Some nights, she would make them do loops and circles and hearts in the air. Others, she would glide her hand gracefully through the air, causing the shooting stars to land in the sea by her feet, sending a spray of water up into the air. The kids would always giggle at this, enjoying every second of the spectacle. And as the kids fell asleep in the light of the campfire and the cascading stars, Leto and Asteria would smile at each other. Asteria would kiss Leto on the cheek, and the two would curl up in beds of their own. For several years it went on like this. They raised the kids in harmony without much trouble, wandering the earth. Eventually, the kids' powers created pillars that ran from the bottom of the island all the way to the sea floor, cementing the island in place. No longer were they wandering aimlessly. They were home, and that is where they would remain. Asteria was happy. The island was a dream, but there was still something missing. She had always wanted a husband of her own and kids to raise. She felt that Zeus had robbed her of that. Some nights she would lie awake looking at the horizon, dreaming of a boat arriving someday with a handsome stranger on it. And eventually, that dream came true. As dawn splashed across the island one fine day, Asteria opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a boat making its way through the waves. The boat stopped at the edge of the island and docked. It was the first visitor the girls had ever had upon the island, and though they were excited, they couldn't help but be a little fearful as well. The man who stepped off the boat immediately took Asteria's breath away. He introduced himself as Perseus, the Titan God. He was traveling and found himself lost in the ocean. It had been quite some time since he had seen land, and he was desperate for a place to dock, just for the night. Leto could see the magic in Asteria's eyes as she introduced herself to Perseus. She waved the two off, encouraging Asteria to show him the island. Asteria and Perseus made their way around the beautiful island, soaking in the views of the ocean. They spoke of poetry and magic and the world in a low whisper, as if they were swapping secrets only meant for each other's ears. Asteria had never felt connected to someone as naturally as she felt connected to Perseus. And in turn, Perseus felt the same way. He had never encountered someone as miraculous as Asteria, as graceful and intelligent and witty. That night, the two sat with their feet in the waves. Asteria twirled her fingers and made the falling stars dance as they streaked across the sky. Perseus watched in wonder, mesmerized by the power that Asteria held. He asked how a woman as powerful as she was had come to be on an island like this. And for the first time ever, Asteria told her story to someone. Perseus listened to every single word she said with a calm, caring, empathetic expression. He held her hands when her voice began to shake, and when she cried, he cradled her in his arms, holding her protectively against his chest. It was a moment of pure connection and love. The next morning, it was time for Perseus to leave. But as he gazed at Asteria in the early morning light, he knew leaving wasn't an option. He asked Asteria if he could stay, if she would have his hand in marriage. Asteria gleefully agreed, wrapping her arms around Perseus to bring him close. That night, beneath the sparkling stars, Perseus and Asteria got married. Apollo, Artemis, and Leto were there alongside them, giving their blessing with tears in their eyes and smiles on their faces. There were no longer 4 on the island. There were 5. And soon there would be 6. On the clearest night of them all, as a full moon painted the sky and ocean in a silvery glow, Asteria gave birth to a bright and brilliant baby girl, Hecate. The moment Hecate was born, she looked up at the moon with purpose and glee. Asteria's family was complete, and she had never been happier. She raised her daughter alongside her sister and her niece and nephew. After all they had been through, they had a safe home together. They had carved out a beautiful life for themselves here in the middle of the sea. A beautiful life that they wouldn't trade for anything else in the world. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight we will relax and unwind with a serene retelling of the life of Atlas, the mighty Titan of ancient Greek mythology. From his role in the Titanomachy to his eternal task of holding up the sky, this story explores his strength, endurance, and wisdom. Let this calming tale of myth and resilience guide you into a deep and peaceful sleep. In the quiet beginnings of time, before the rise of mountains or the stretch of oceans, there was only stillness. The cosmos was a canvas, vast and unpainted. It was lit faintly by the first stars, scattered like whispers across a boundless void. The air was soft, neither warm nor cold. From this endless expanse emerged Gaia, the earth. Beside her stood Uranus, the sky. Together, they were the first, a union of earth and sky, stability and infinity, their bond woven into the very essence of the universe. As the stars pulsed gently above them, Gaia spoke. "This world we have shaped is vast, but it is empty," she said, her eyes sweeping over the sleeping land. "What is creation without life to flourish upon it?" Uranus gazed down at her with a smile. "You are right, my love. The earth's beauty deserves to be shared. Let us fill this world with life, with children of our own who will carry the spark of creation." And so, beneath the watchful light of the stars, the seeds of their union were sown. From this union, Gaia and Uranus brought forth 12 children. They were known as the Titans, and in time, these Titans brought forth children of their own. Among these was a young Titan named Atlas. In the golden days of his youth, Atlas roamed the unmarked expanse of the world with his siblings. The mountains were theirs to climb, the rivers theirs to race along, and the forests their sanctuary. Together, they explored this new world, leaving their mark wherever they ventured. One bright morning, the young Titans gathered in a wide, open valley. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of untouched earth. The sky stretched endlessly above them. Prometheus, one of Atlas's brothers, proposed a challenge: to see who could create the most remarkable feature of the land. Excitement buzzed among them as they accepted, each young Titan eager to test their abilities. Prometheus began stacking stones into towering shapes, resembling a fortress. Menetius, another of Atlas's brothers, attempted to sculpt jagged cliffs. Atlas turned his attention to the horizon. He bent down, his hands pressing firmly into the earth, and began to lift. With a deep rumble, the land itself rose beneath his strength, forming a great mountain. The mountain climbed higher and higher, as though it sought to touch the clouds. His siblings stopped their work to watch in awe, their creations dwarfed by the scale of Atlas's effort. Their awe was broken by the commanding voice of Uranus. "Enough frivolity," he said, his tone carrying the weight of authority. "You have shown skill and strength, but remember this, grandchildren. The purpose of creation is not joy or celebration. It is order. Each of you carries a piece of this world's future, and it is your duty to protect it." The young Titans fell silent under the weight of his words, the lightness of their challenge giving way to a somber stillness. Uranus stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the gathered Titans with a critical eye. "Prometheus, your wisdom will shape the minds of mortals, teaching them the ways of fire and innovation. Menetius, your strength and fierce spirit will serve as both shield and sword for this world. And Atlas," he placed a heavy hand on Atlas's shoulder, "your strength is unmatched. One day, you will hold the heavens themselves, bridging earth and sky. You will be the pillar upon which this world rests." The siblings watched as Uranus left. In the silence that remained, they exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what their grandfather's words truly meant. From the edge of the valley, Cronus appeared. His arms were crossed tightly over his chest. His gaze followed Uranus, lingering with disdain. "Order," he muttered under his breath, his tone low but simmering with frustration. "My father speaks of order, yet his rule stifles life itself. Creation should be freedom, not chains." Young Atlas looked at his uncle, noting the tension in his stance and the bitterness in his words. "But, Uncle Cronus, grandfather's rule ensures balance," said Atlas. "Without it, chaos would reign." Cronus turned to young Atlas, his expression sharp. "Balance is a word he wields to keep us tethered. His grip is too tight, Atlas. One day, it will snap." His voice softened, but the edge of discontent remained. "You're strong, my nephew, but strength without thought is a tool for others to use." Atlas said nothing, choosing instead to gaze at the mountains he had raised. To him, the harmony between earth and sky was perfect, an order worth preserving. Deep in his heart, he carried his grandfather's words, feeling the weight of a destiny that reached far beyond the mountains. Yet, Cronus's murmured dissent lingered in his thoughts like a distant storm on the horizon. Uranus ruled for many years. His presence was vast, his commands unyielding. There were some who felt his grip on the cosmos was stifling. The Titans, though mighty, often felt the weight of their grandfather's will pressing upon them. Uranus demanded order, Yet his rule left little room for the freedom to create or flourish. Beneath the surface, dissatisfaction brewed, led quietly but fervently by Cronus, the youngest of the first generation Titans. Atlas, ever loyal to the natural balance, often found himself caught between admiration for Uranus's stability and unease at his unrelenting authority. One evening, as the stars began their slow dance across the heavens, Cronus approached Atlas atop the mountain he had shaped. "Your strength is unmatched, nephew," Cronus began. "The mountains you raise reach higher with every breath. Yet, tell me, do you not feel his weight pressing down on all of us?" Atlas turned to his uncle, his brow furrowing. "Grandfather ensures order," he replied. "Without it, chaos would unravel the world we have built. Balance is worth any burden." Cronus chuckled darkly, his eyes flashing with something sharp and relentless. "Balance? You call this balance? Look around you, Atlas. The Cyclopes, our own kin, are buried in Tartarus. The Hecatoncheires are chained in darkness because he fears what they might become. Is this the harmony you so revere?" Atlas hesitated, his hands tightening around a boulder at his side. "What he does is harsh, but it is for the preservation of the world. Do you not see that? Without control, we would destroy each other." "And what of his control over us?" Cronus pressed, stepping closer. "Must we live eternally under his shadow, our strength shackled by his fear? No, Atlas, there is another way. A way where we are free to shape the world without his tyranny." Atlas regarded his uncle, his heart heavy with conflict. He admired Cronus's resolve, even felt a quiet kinship with his boldness. Yet something about his words unsettled him. "And what would you do, uncle? Cast him down as he did the void before him? Would that not replace one shadow with another?" Cronus smiled faintly, though the edge of his grin betrayed his growing frustration. "When the time comes, you will see, nephew. We cannot move forward while clinging to the chains of the past. But when the sky falls, I will remember where you stand." The rebellion came swiftly. Gaia, furious with Uranus for imprisoning their children, offered her aid to Cronus. She fashioned a sickle of unyielding stone, placing it in his hands with a quiet command: "Do what must be done." Atlas, though hesitant, lent his strength to Cronus, standing alongside his uncle and the other Titans who rallied to his cause. The moment was swift but seismic. With one decisive strike, Cronus cast Uranus down. As the cosmos settled, Cronus stood victorious, his shadow now stretching over the Titans. "No longer shall we be bound by fear," he declared. "This is our time. The reign of the Titans has begun." Atlas watched his uncle with a mixture of admiration and unease. Cronus had delivered on his promise. freeing them from Uranus's control. Yet, in the quiet moments that followed, Atlas could not ignore the faint whisper of doubt that lingered in his thoughts. What would Cronus's rule bring? Time passed under Cronus's rule, and the Titans flourished. Yet, even as the new order seemed secure, whispers of uncertainty grew. Cronus had taken Rhea, his sister and fellow Titan, as his consort, and together they brought forth children of remarkable power. First came Hestia, then Demeter, followed by Hera, Poseidon, and Hades. Atlas observed his uncle with a quiet intensity, noting how Cronus's pride in his children was shadowed by unease. Cronus often gazed at the heavens with a furrowed brow, his once confident demeanor clouded by a growing fear. "They are strong," Cronus confided to Atlas one evening, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Too strong. I feel it in my bones, nephew. The same shift I felt when I cast down Uranus." Atlas's gaze remained steady. "They are your blood, uncle. Surely their strength is a testament to yours." Cronus shook his head, his expression dark. "Strength can cut both ways. What I did to my father, they could do to me. I will not be overthrown as I overthrew him." Soon, Cronus's fear drove him to an unthinkable act. As each child was born, he swallowed them whole, imprisoning their essence within him. Rhea wept for her children, but Cronus's resolve was ironclad. Atlas, watching from afar, felt a pang of unease at his uncle's desperation, but he remained silent, his loyalty to the Titans unbroken. When Rhea hid her youngest, Zeus, and he returned as a grown god to challenge Cronus, the world trembled once more. Zeus sought allies among the Titans, his fiery words filled with promise and revolution. Yet, when he approached Atlas, the Titan stood firm. "I will not turn against my kin," Atlas replied, his voice steady. "The bonds of blood are not so easily broken." And so, when the Titanomachy began, Atlas fought alongside Cronus and the Titans, wielding his immense strength in defense of their rule. Though doubt lingered in his heart, his loyalty to his family and the order they had built was unwavering. Despite the might of Atlas and his siblings, the tide of battle shifted steadily against them. Zeus commanded the storms, his lightning splitting the skies. Poseidon called upon the seas, while Hades brought the shadows to life. Together, they pressed onward, their combined strength chipping away at the ancient power of the Titans. The war's end came not with a roar, but with a profound silence, as if the cosmos itself paused to mourn the passing of an era. The Titans, once the stewards of creation, now stood defeated. Zeus's voice rang out, commanding and resolute. "You, who sought to defy the rightful order, shall face the consequences of your choices. Let this serve as a lesson to any who would dare challenge the will of the gods. One by one, the Titans were bound. Some were cast into Tartarus, their power sealed away in the deepest reaches of the earth. When Zeus turned to Atlas, his gaze was firm, though not unkind. Atlas, your strength is unmatched, and so it shall serve the cosmos. For your role in the rebellion, you will bear the heavens upon your shoulders, ensuring that the balance you fought to protect endures. With quiet dignity, Atlas stepped forward to accept his fate. The sky descended like a great shimmering mantle. Stars sparkled above him, their gentle light spilling down to meet the earth. As he stood beneath the celestial vault, Atlas reflected not on the burden, but on its meaning. He felt the rhythm of the earth beneath his feet, steady and unyielding, and the vast expanse of the sky above, endless and free. Years passed like whispers in the wind, blending into centuries. The rhythm of the heavens became Atlas's companion, the stars a chorus of quiet light to guide his solitude. He had long stopped counting the days since the Titan's fall. One evening, Atlas noticed a figure moving across the landscape. From his vantage point, the stranger appeared small, no larger than a blade of grass. Atlas had seen mortals before, but this one was different. There was something special about this one. The figure grew closer, revealing a man whose shoulders bore the unmistakable marks of toil and strength. His bronze skin glinted faintly in the fading light of the day. His expression was one of focus and quiet determination. Atlas felt a flicker of curiosity. It had been ages since anyone dared to approach him, let alone a mortal. What could this traveler seek from one who bore the heavens? When the man finally stood at the base of the great mountain where Atlas rested, he raised his hand in greeting. "Great Titan, I come in peace. I am Heracles, a servant of the gods. I seek your wisdom and aid." Atlas observed him in silence, his keen gaze taking in every detail. Though Heracles was small in stature compared to a Titan, there was a resilience about him, a sense that he carried not just his own burdens, but the weight of countless others. And so, Atlas listened, intrigued by the mortal who stood before him. "Great Atlas," he began, inclining his head in respect. "I have traveled far, seeking a treasure only your wisdom can guide me to. The gods have tasked me with retrieving the golden apples of the Hesperides. They are said to lie in a sacred garden beyond the reach of any mortal." Atlas tilted his head slightly, his gaze steady as he regarded the man. He said nothing, allowing Heracles to continue. "I know this task is beyond my power alone," Heracles admitted, "but I have heard tales of your strength, your knowledge of the world, and your connection to the Hesperides. I humbly ask for your aid. Consider it a plea from one burdened soul to another. Atlas remained silent for a moment longer, his thoughts slow and measured. He studied the mortal before him, his sturdy frame, his calm eyes, and the quiet fire that seemed to burn within him. This was not a man who sought glory for its own sake. This was someone who understood the weight of his task, who had carried countless trials upon his shoulders and would carry this one just the same. You speak with wisdom and humility, Atlas said at last, his deep voice resonating like the roll of distant thunder. Perhaps you are worthy of such a task, but know this: the path to the golden apples is no ordinary journey. It will test your resolve and demand a strength far greater than the one you wear upon your back. Heracles met his gaze, unflinching. I am prepared to bear whatever is required. Atlas allowed a faint smile. Then perhaps I will aid you. Let us see if you are as steadfast as you appear. If you are to understand the task you undertake, you must first feel the weight of the heavens, Atlas said. Prepare yourself. Heracles nodded, bracing himself with resolute determination. Atlas knelt slowly, his massive frame lowering with a grace. Carefully, Atlas guided the celestial vault from his shoulders, placing it gently onto Heracles's. Heracles staggered for only a moment, his knees bending slightly under the sudden, incomprehensible weight. But he did not falter. His breath came in slow, measured draws. His arms trembled yet held firm. His eyes lifted upward, and for the first time, he truly saw the heavens, the endless tapestry of stars, the swirling constellations, the quiet dance of the cosmos. Awe flickered across his face, mingling with the strain. Atlas watched him for a moment, a faint flicker of approval in his gaze. You bear it well, he said simply. Rising to his full height, now unburdened for the first time in ages, he took a stretch, and then with powerful strides, he departed toward the distant garden of the Hesperides. The golden orchard shimmered like a dream beneath the evening light, its fruits gleaming as though kissed by the sun itself. Atlas marveled at how effortless the task felt without the sky resting upon him. Gently, he plucked the golden apples, their smooth surfaces cool against his hands. With a faint smile, he turned back towards the mortal. Atlas approached Heracles, the golden apples cradled carefully in his massive hands. Heracles, still bearing the weight of the heavens, lifted his gaze to meet the Titans. Kneeling once more, Atlas set the golden apples gently at Heracles' feet. Here are the fruits you seek, Atlas said, his voice calm yet contemplative. For the first time in eons, his shoulders were free of the heavens, and he found himself lingering in the lightness of the moment. You have carried the burden of the sky well, mortal. Few could endure even a moment of what you have borne. Heracles exhaled slowly, his lips curving into a faint smile despite the strain that still clung to his arms and shoulders. And yet, it pales compared to what you endure each day, he replied. You hold the balance of the heavens and earth with unyielding grace. Your strength humbles me, Atlas. The Titan regarded Heracles for a long moment, his gaze thoughtful. The weight of the heavens had been his alone for countless ages, yet now, in his brief respite, he felt something he had not known in centuries: freedom. Perhaps I should deliver these apples myself, Atlas said suddenly, his deep voice steady but carrying a quiet edge. I can see you are weary, and the path ahead is long. Heracles blinked, his smile faltering for a fraction of a second. I would not deny you the chance to rest a moment longer, great Atlas, he said smoothly. But before you go, could you take the heavens back for just a moment? I must adjust my cloak so the weight does not slip when I bear it again. Atlas hesitated, his gaze narrowing slightly as he studied the mortal's face. Heracles' request seemed earnest, his voice sincere. With a slow nod, Atlas stepped forward and once more accepted the heavens. As Atlas steadied himself, Heracles quickly seized the apples. Thank you, great Titan, he said, his tone now resolute. I will carry these to fulfill my task, and carry the lesson of strength you have taught me. Atlas's chest rumbled with a low sigh. He watched as Heracles turned and began his journey, disappearing over the horizon with the golden apples in hand. The Titan remained motionless, the heavens once again balanced upon his shoulders. Freedom, it seemed, was not for him. One day, another figure appeared on the horizon. At first, Atlas thought it was Heracles returning. But as the figure drew closer, he realized it was someone else. When the man reached the base of the great mountain, he paused, lifting his gaze to meet the Titans. Though dwarfed by Atlas's immense stature, there was no fear in his eyes. Bowing his head, the man spoke. Great Atlas, I seek passage through your domain. I am Perseus, a servant of the gods and a traveler bound by their will. Atlas's eyes narrowed as he regarded the mortal. Why should I grant you entry? Too often, men tread here seeking what is not theirs to take. Perseus remained calm. I seek no harm to you, nor to take what is not given. But the gods have entrusted me with this. He reached into his satchel with deliberate care, withdrawing a bundle wrapped in cloth. Within lies the head of Medusa, whose gaze turns all who look upon her to stone. I reveal it not out of malice, but as a tool of divine will. Atlas stiffened at the mention of Medusa, and for the first time, a shadow of doubt crossed his features. You speak of divine will, Yet the gods' plans are rarely kind. If this is my fate, then so be it. With a slow, deliberate motion, Perseus unveiled the head. Even with her eyes closed, Medusa's presence filled the air with the chilling, ancient power. Atlas gazed upon it, his expression a mixture of resignation and peace, as though he had long known this moment would come. The transformation began gently, the earth trembling beneath Atlas's feet as his immense form started to change. His legs merged with the ground, rising into towering peaks. His arms stretched outward, becoming ridges and slopes. His broad shoulders softened into the foundation of a mountain range. The sky he had borne for eons rested now upon the mountains. As his face transformed into stone, it held a faint expression of tranquility. The stars above shimmered, casting their light upon the newly formed mountains, as if honoring the Titan who had cradled them for so long. Atlas, once a pillar of strength, had become one with the earth he loved, his transformation a testament to the eternal bond between the heavens and the world below. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight we will be transported to the mystical and majestic realm of ancient Greece, where gods and titans ruled the cosmos. Together, we will explore the epic saga of Metis and Zeus, a tale woven with wisdom, power, and the birth of a new era. Let the legendary events surrounding the rise of the Olympian gods envelop you as you fall into a deep sleep. Long before the Olympian gods ruled ancient Greece, the Titans were the masters of the universe. Born from Gaia and Uranus, these enormous beings shaped the natural world. Their reign saw mountains rise and oceans swell under a sky teeming with power and potential. It was during this time that Metis was born, a Titan child, marked by an exceptional air of wisdom. From the moment she opened her eyes, it was clear the child was destined for greatness. Her mother, Themis, the Titan of lakes and rivers, leaned over the cradle and whispered, "Metis, my child, your spirit is as deep and endless as the waters over which I reign. You are destined to bring forth a new tide of wisdom that will reshape our world." Her father, Oceanus, the Titan of the sea, stood beside her. "Indeed, my daughter, I see in your eyes a spark that will ignite change. You will bridge the divide between what is and what could be, guiding us into an era of enlightenment." As the dawn's light streaked across the heavens, casting a golden glow over the world, a rumbling sound like distant thunder heralded the arrival of Cronus, the king of the Titans. His towering form, crowned with a wreath of sharp, gleaming leaves, approached the riverside where Metis lay cradled by her parents. Cronus, whose rule was absolute and whose word was law, looked upon the newborn with a piercing gaze. His voice, deep and commanding, broke the calm. Oceanus, Themis, what prophecies accompany this new life? What does the oracle say of your daughter's fate? Oceanus, unshaken by the mighty Cronus's presence, replied with a steady tone, Great King, the oracles have spoken of a child who will surpass the wisdom of her forebears. She will be the harbinger of balance and strategy, qualities that even the mightiest among us can learn from. Her intelligence will one day counsel the gods and guide them through turmoil. Cronus stroked his beard, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and a hint of the unease. Wisdom is a double-edged sword, he mused aloud. It can uphold a reign or herald its end. Be mindful, Oceanus and Themis, that the fate of our kind often swings on the pendulum of such prophecies. After a moment, Cronus departed as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving behind a lingering sense of anxiety. Metis, oblivious to the gravity of the conversations swirling around her, cooed softly in her cradle. The world around her, filled with the power of ancient deities and the whisper of prophecies, continued to turn, awaiting the day she would rise to meet her extraordinary fate. As Metis grew, it became clear she was not like the other Titans. While her kin reveled in their dominion over the elemental forces, Metis roamed the edges of their gatherings, her mind wrapped in contemplation. The world under Titan rule was one of raw power and boundless creation, yet to Metis it seemed lacking, a world governed more by might than by wisdom. In her quest for understanding, Metis often visited the library of Koios, the Titan known for his quest for knowledge. Nestled between towering cliffs and whispering groves, the library was a labyrinth of stone and scroll, filled with the collective wisdom of ages. One day, Metis uncovered a scroll detailing the history of the Titans, a narrative steeped in power and rebellion. As she unfurled the ancient parchment, the story of Uranus and Cronus leaped from the page, a saga of fear, betrayal, and the overthrow of a ruler by his son. Cronus, the current king of Titans, had not always been this powerful. He had risen up against Uranus, his own father and the very creator of the earth itself. This story shocked Metis. Why must we live in a world full of such brutality? She whispered to herself, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous room. The tale was not just one of power, but also a stark reminder of the fears that drove the mighty to cruelty, a reflection of a world ruled by the dread of loss rather than the hope of progress. As she pondered these thoughts, the air around her grew heavy with the scent of old leather and wax. She imagined the countless generations that had come before her, each perhaps feeling as she did, each perhaps bound by the same chains of destiny and power. Later that evening, as the stars began to show themselves, Metis found herself on a secluded hilltop. She was far from the Titan's halls, and it was here that she felt most at peace. The evening air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of earth and leaves. Suddenly, the gentle rustling of the grass behind her broke the silence. Metis turned, her eyes narrowing slightly in the dim light, not recognizing the figure that approached. "Who goes there?" she called out, her voice calm but carrying a note of caution. "Forgive my intrusion," came a man's voice, warm and resonant. "May I join you in watching the stars? They seem particularly splendid tonight." Despite her initial surprise, Metis sensed no threat from the stranger and nodded, gesturing to the space beside her. "You may," she said, her curiosity piqued. As he sat down, the stranger introduced himself. "My name is Zeus," he said, his gaze lingering on the vault of the heavens above them. The name struck a chord in Metis. She had heard it before. The name had appeared in the story she read this morning. Uranus had been overthrown by his son Cronus, and Cronus had gone on to have a son of his own, Zeus. Metis recalled the tale of succession and power, and a thought sprang to her mind. Would Zeus, too, follow the path of his father? Would he overthrow the king of the Titans? She pushed the thought from her mind. "I am Metis," she responded, her voice steady. "Your name is not unknown to me. I believe you are the son of our king, are you not?" Zeus's expression revealed a mixture of relief and intrigue. "Ah, Metis, your wisdom is celebrated far and wide. It's a rare honor to meet you," he said, his tone earnest. "And yes, I am Cronus' son, but unlike him, I do not see my future among the Titans." Metis tilted her head, her interest deepening. "How so?" she inquired. Zeus's eyes sparkled with a passion for something beyond the ancient laws of their kind. "I wish to break free from the old ways, to establish a realm where the gods can thrive. I dream of living upon Mount Olympus." "Gods? What is a god?" Metis echoed. the concept foreign yet fascinating. Yes, gods, Zeus continued, his voice full of conviction. Beings who strive for higher ideals, who rule with wisdom and justice, not fear and strength, where we, as rulers, can inspire and uplift, not merely dominate. The idea resonated with Metis, aligning with her deepest contemplations about power and governance. Here was someone who not only shared her disillusionment with the current order, but envisioned a radical transformation. Her heart, usually so guarded and given to reflection, felt a rare pull towards this bold stranger and his revolutionary ideas. Night after night, Metis and Zeus met under the stars. Each evening unfolded like a continuation of a long, thoughtful conversation that neither wanted to end. As the moon carved its path across the sky, their meetings grew from curious engagements to sessions of deep philosophical exchanges and, gradually, into moments charged with a tender, growing intimacy. Zeus, with his vision of a new order, spoke passionately about overthrowing the archaic reign of the Titans. He envisioned a realm ruled by virtue and justice, where gods governed not out of fear, but through inspiration and wisdom. Metis, ever the thinker, absorbed every word, her mind alight with the possibilities of what could be. She offered her own insights, shaping Zeus's raw ambitions with her strategic acumen. She spoke of systems of governance that could sustain peace and prosperity, suggesting ways to unite beings of power under a common cause that transcended the brutal legacies of their pasts. As their plans became more concrete, their feelings for each other deepened. In Zeus, Metis found the fire of action that could bring her thoughtful strategies to life. And in Metis, Zeus found the depth of thought that could ground his fiery impulses into lasting change. Together, they seemed to complete each other, a perfect amalgam of thought and action. Love, when it finally declared itself, did so quietly. It was during a particularly clear night, as they watched a shooting star blaze a trail across the heavens, that Zeus took Metis's hand in his. "With you," he said, "I think I can truly build something different, something better." Metis, her heart full, squeezed his hand in return. "And I believe in you, Zeus, in us." It was a pact, not just of love, but of shared futures and shared dreams. Zeus carefully planned the rebellion over months, with Metis by his side, offering her profound wisdom and strategic insight. Metis laid out a blueprint that was as meticulous as it was bold. As the destined day drew near, tension filled the air, a mix of anticipation and the weight of what was to come. Zeus gathered his allies, lesser-known gods and entities who had long chafed under the harsh rule of the Titans. With Metis's counsel, he chose his supporters carefully, aligning with those who shared his vision. The rebellion erupted like a storm, breaking the silence of the night. Zeus led his followers with a fierce determination, his powers bolstered by the faith in the future he wished to create. The battle was fierce. The heavens thundered, and the earth shook as the old world clashed with the new. When Zeus finally confronted Cronus, it was not just a battle of strength, but of wills. The skies roared with their confrontation, a son against his father, a repeating cycle that seemed destined to continue. But Zeus was driven by a promise of change, fueled by the dreams he and Metis had woven together. With a mighty heave, Zeus overthrew Cronus, ending his reign. As the dust settled and silence fell over the once chaotic battleground, the weight of what had been done, of what had been necessary, settled in Metis's heart. She watched as Zeus stood amidst the ruins of the old order, his eyes alight with the fire of victory. Metis approached Zeus, her expression mixed with pride and a deep-seated fear. "Zeus, what we have started here today is monumental. But how will you ensure this is not just another turn in the cycle? How do we prevent this new era from falling into the old ways of fear and power?" Zeus turned to her, his gaze softening. "Metis, I know the history we both fear, of sons overthrowing fathers only to become what they despised. But this," he gestured around them, "is not the end, but a beginning. We will build a pantheon on Olympus, governed by laws and virtues, not by sheer might or fear." In the days that followed, Zeus, with Metis's guidance, laid down the foundations of what would be known as the Olympian order. Gods of various domains were given seats of power, roles that came with responsibilities and checks. They introduced concepts foreign to the Titan rule: justice, equity, and debate. Metis watched as the new order took shape, her heart slowly accepting that perhaps they had indeed broken the cycle. The Olympians, under Zeus's leadership, thrived in a way that no reign before them had. Their rule was marked not by fear, but by aspiration, not by oppression, but by enlightenment. The era of the Olympian gods had begun. Not long after they settled into their new home on Mount Olympus, Zeus called Metis aside. He had an important question to ask her, one that would seal their shared visions and personal bond with a formal unity. In a secluded grove, Zeus turned to Metis. Metis, with you, I have not only found a partner in reign, but in life. Your wisdom has guided this new era, and your presence has enriched every moment of my existence, Zeus began, his voice full of emotion. Will you marry me and be my queen? Metis, moved by the sincerity and depth of his proposal, accepted. Yes, Zeus, I will. Their engagement was met with great jubilation across Olympus. Gods and goddesses celebrated the union, which symbolized not just a personal bond, but the cementing of the new order's foundations. The wedding was a grand affair, filled with the splendors and wonders befitting the king and queen of gods. The heavens themselves seemed to partake in the joy, with skies clearer and suns brighter than ever before. On their wedding night, Zeus and Metis retreated to their chambers. It was here that Zeus, caught in a moment of contemplative foresight, expressed a desire for them to fully embrace their new identities as gods of Olympus. Metis, my beloved, let us leave behind all ties to what we were. You are no longer a Titan, but a goddess of Olympus. Perhaps it is time to leave the term Titan to history. Metis, however, hesitated at his suggestion. Zeus, my love, throwing off the ideals of the Titans does not mean I can deny my origins. I am, and always will be, a Titan by birth, by nature. It is not a title, but a part of who I am. Zeus's brow furrowed slightly, a shadow of annoyance flickering across his features. This was the first sign of discord, a crack in their otherwise solid bond. It was only a month later when Metis came to Zeus with some important news. Zeus, my beloved, we are to have a child, she announced, her voice trembling with joy. Zeus, at first taken aback, quickly embraced Metis. A child, he exclaimed. This is wondrous, Metis. Our union will now bear fruit, bringing forth a new life, destined to thrive in the world we have shaped. His mind raced with visions of a future where their child would grow under their watchful guidance, and perhaps even to rule one day. However, amidst the celebration, a shadow of doubt crept into Zeus's heart. Would history be doomed to repeat itself? Would his own child one day usurp him as he had done, and his father before him? Seeking clarity and perhaps a bit of solace, Zeus decided to consult the fates. In the cavernous, timeless chamber where the Fates resided, the air was thick with the musk of incense. The three sisters greeted Zeus with their eyes that saw past, present, and future all at once. "Great Zeus, king of the gods," they intoned together, their voices echoing in the dimly lit space. "What brings you to the loom of destinies?" "I come seeking knowledge about my unborn child," Zeus replied, his voice firm. The Fates, after a moment of silent communication, began to weave their threads, their hands moving with grace. Finally, Clotho, who spun the thread of life, spoke. "The child of Zeus and Metis will indeed be mighty, mightier perhaps than Zeus himself." Lachesis, who measured the thread, added with a solemn gaze, "This child will be wise and powerful, destined to surpass all who have come before." Atropos, who cut the thread, her scissors glinting ominously in the dim light, delivered the prophecy that chilled Zeus to his core. "But beware, for it is also foretold that Metis will bear a second child, one who would pose a threat to your rule, Zeus. This child could be your undoing." Zeus staggered back, the implications of the prophecy crashing over him like a wave. How could he, who had fought so hard to end the cycle of children overthrowing their parents, now face the same fate? The conflict raged within Zeus as he returned to Metis. He watched her, her face alight with the glow of motherhood, and his heart ached with the burden of his knowledge. How could he protect their future, their child, and the stability of Olympus? Tormented by visions of another family torn apart by power, Zeus wrestled with the decision before him. He could not bear the thought of his reign, of their new era, ending in betrayal and overthrow. Nor could he bear to hurt Metis, the love of his life, the queen of his heart, and his equal in every way. His decision, when it came, was born of a desperate desire to protect his realm and his family, even from themselves. He would act to prevent the prophecy, to safeguard all he loved from the cycle of fear and violence that had marred his own ascent to power. It was a choice that pained him deeply. In the quiet of night, while Olympus lay wrapped in the silence of stars, Zeus approached Metis with a heavy heart. "Metis, my wisdom, my queen," Zeus began, his voice quivering with the gravity of his decision. "The future holds great promise for us, yet it is shadowed by a prophecy that threatens to undo the peace and justice we have fought so hard to establish." Metis listened intently for replying. "What does the prophecy say, Zeus?" she asked softly. "It speaks of greatness from our first child, a legacy of wisdom and power," Zeus explained. "But it also forewarns that a second child might rise to challenge me, endangering the harmony of Olympus. Metis, absorbing the weight of these words, nodded slowly. I understand the fears that haunt you, Zeus. But remember, we cannot let fear dictate our actions. We must believe in the world we are building. Despite her reassurances, Zeus felt trapped between his love for Metis and his duty to protect the realm. After much turmoil, he made a decision, one he believed would safeguard the future of Olympus. There is a way to prevent the prophecy from coming to pass, he said, the resolve hardening in his voice. Metis, ever wise and perceptive, sensed the dire nature of his solution. Whatever it is, Zeus, I trust you, she said, her faith in him unwavering despite the shadows that danced in his eyes. With a heavy heart, Zeus embraced Metis one last time. Using his divine powers, he enveloped her in a brilliant flash of light, and in an instant, Metis was gone, swallowed by Zeus. It was a desperate act, one meant to encapsulate her wisdom within him, to keep the prophecy at bay. Yet it pained him more than the wars he had waged. Metis, within Zeus, became a part of his very essence, her wisdom and intelligence merging with his divinity. To Zeus's surprise, the child growing within Metis continued to develop. Over time, Zeus experienced a remarkable sensation, an acute awareness that something extraordinary was taking shape within him, a creation born from both wisdom and power. One day, amidst the towering peaks of Olympus, Zeus felt an overwhelming presence within his mind, a force demanding release. In a spectacle that left all of Olympus in awe, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire. With a strike that resonated like thunder across the realms, Hephaestus cleaved Zeus's skull with his axe. From the crevice emerged Athena, their child, fully grown and clad in gleaming armor. She stepped forward, a figure of majesty and intellect. She was the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and strategy, attributes reflecting both parents. Athena's presence reassured Zeus that the painful choice he made was not in vain. She would not only carry forward the lineage of Olympus, but also elevate it, fostering a reign where wisdom prevailed over brute strength, and where strategies were valued over sheer power. Her arrival marked a significant turn in the divine governance of the world, promising an age where thoughtful deliberation would accompany the exercise of power. Thus, the birth of Athena became a symbol of hope and renewal for all of Olympus, a testament to the potential for greatness that arises from the deepest sacrifices. She stood as a beacon of the new values that Zeus and Metis had envisioned, guiding the gods towards a future where knowledge and fairness shaped the destiny of gods and mortals alike. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to ancient Greece to hear the tale of Themis, the Titan goddess. She may not be a very well-known goddess, but she played an incredibly important role in bringing peace and justice, not just to the people on earth, but to the gods too. In the beginning, even before time itself, there was nothing but primal chaos. From the chaos, Gaia, the ancestral mother of all life and the representation of Earth, emerged. She took the highest everlasting seat in Olympus, overseeing all of the immortals that would ever come into existence. Soon after her, Tartarus, the underworld, and Eros, the god of love, emerged, and then Gaia brought forth her equal, Uranus, the personification of the heavens and the skies. Together in a loving union with Uranus, Gaia gave birth to 12 titans that would change the world forever, and that would mold the earth into what it is today. Those 12 titans were powerful, incredible beings who gave the earth meaning and purpose. They were Oceanus, the Titan god of the sea and water; Thetis, the goddess of fresh water; Hyperion, the god of light and observation; Thea, the goddess of sight and vision; Chios, the god of resolve and intelligence; Phoebe, the goddess of bright intellect and prophecy; Crius, the god of stars and constellations; Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory; Iapetus, the god of mortal life; Cronus, the god of time and harvest; Rhea, the goddess of fertility; and, finally, Themis, the goddess of divine justice and law. Soon after Themis was born, she decided to journey down to the newly formed earth. She wanted to see the beauty of it, beauty that she knew her siblings and her parents had had a part in creating. She knew that there were humans on the earth, new beings who she had heard nothing but whispers about. And so, she decided to descend down to the earth. When her feet struck the soil on the coast of Greece for the very first time, she wanted to drop to her knees because she was in such awe of the landscape. Before her, a rocky and sandy coastline laced against crystal blue waves. It was her first time seeing something so beautiful, something that she has been hearing about from her siblings for a long, long time. She stepped across the sand, savoring the feeling of the warmth against her soft feet. The sights and sounds around her were so overwhelming, they nearly brought tears to her eyes. She watched as those cyan and turquoise waves drifted out to sea and then journeyed back in. As they did, they lapped at her feet, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. The cool water of the Mediterranean caused a sense of relaxation and peace to wash over her body. She stood there for a long time, soaking in the rhythm of the ocean and finding comfort in it. She loved the way the sunlight sparkled on the waves, the noises the waves made as they drifted out to sea and then crashed against the shore, smearing a layer of bubbles and foam across the golden sand. She could hear the popping of the bubbles, the scuttling of crabs, the whoosh of the current as it was swept out to sea, and every single noise put a smile on her face. She never imagined the world would be full of such beauty, of such complete immersion. She felt like nature was embracing her, welcoming her to this world with open arms. She continued to walk along, gazing at the sun's golden rays on those deep blue waves. Overhead, birds dove towards the water and sang their song to the universe, filling it with music and melody. When Themis spotted a feather, she bent down to take hold of it, brushing her fingers over the softness of it in awe. She was a being of extreme knowledge about the world, but seeing it and feeling it was entirely different than being born with knowledge about it. Soon, Themis found herself wandering away from the gorgeous, glistening coastline towards the forest. The aroma of trees, loam, and flourishing plants filled her with a sense of comfort and belonging. She breathed them in deeply, delighted by how nourished she felt with every breath she took. She walked underneath branches in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, painting the forest floor, the moss, and Themis herself with patches of shadows and light. Birds flitted from branch to branch, singing their joyous song and chatting with each other as they made their way through the world. Themis watched them glide through the trees, admiring their beauty and strength. But soon, bird songs weren't the only things that Themis heard. In the distance, she could hear talking, and it wasn't her Titan siblings. She followed the noise, knowing in her heart what it was. She had heard of the humans that had begun populating the earth. They were new beings, entirely new, and very little was known about how they made their way through the world. Themis reached the edge of the woods. Before her, in a cozy, peaceful clearing, there was a village. Tiny, simple homes had been constructed by the humans. Homes with not just the bare necessities, but bits of creativity, bits of life and love. There were simple decorations hanging from the windows, and carvings that were done by hand to add some artistic value to the world. Themis was pleased to see these, to see that the humans were making the most of the life they were given. That is, until she saw that they weren't entirely peaceful. Humans emerged from the woods on the other side of the clearing, and to Themis's surprise, they were arguing with one another. It appeared that they were arguing over a fish one of the humans had caught. Another human tried to grab it, claiming that it was theirs. Soon, a selfish struggle broke out. The humans thrashed and fought with one another, using violence to try and keep the fish for themselves. Themis watched on in shock. With the Titans, she was the goddess that put everything in order. She was the goddess that knew right from wrong, that knew what was just, that knew how to preserve and uphold the laws of the universe. She made sure that things were fair and that everyone was conducting themselves with kindness and understanding. But what was she seeing humans do? It was nothing of the sort. There was no justice here, no morality between the humans. They were so new and so lost on their earth that they acted on their selfish desires, only thinking of themselves and their selfish way to survival. Themis could not stand for such actions. Something deep inside her, that sense of morality and justice, would not allow her to let something so terrible take place. And so, she acted. She emerged from the woods. The mere sight of her put the fighting humans on edge. She was a tall, heavenly-looking being, a woman wearing a blindfold and carrying a scale in one hand. She was unlike anything they had ever seen before, and it was clear that they were not only scared of her, but they were in awe of her. They knelt before her, giving themselves up to the goddess. She spoke to them in her commanding, serious voice, telling the humans about how wrong their behavior was. She told them that whoever caught the fish was entitled to it, that stealing was never acceptable, and that there was no honor in taking another person's food. Feeling guilty and seeing the wrongness of his actions, the man who stole the fish gave it back to the fisherman, apologizing as he did so. He told the goddess he had no idea that his actions were wrong, that he had never meant to do such a thing. It was then that Themis saw how truly misguided the humans were. They had no morals, no guidance. They did not know right from wrong. Being so tied to justice, so tied to her quest to preserve the law and order of things, Themis could not step away. She knew she had to guide the early humans. She had to teach them right from wrong. And so, she did just that. She began on her quest, on her long journey. She traveled through Greece on foot, taking in the scenery and giving mortals laws to live by. In each new town she visited, she called upon the people to gather round. She told them that she was a Titan, a goddess, and that her world was the law. She encouraged them to live by the rules she gave them, rules that were simple and good. She told them not to steal, not to harm one another, not to take credit for others' work, not to be prideful, not to take advantage of other people. In addition, she told the people how to make proper offerings to the gods. Most of the people clung to her words and laws enthusiastically, thrilled to finally have some information to help them make sense of the world, thrilled to finally have some kind of guidance, any kind of guidance. Themis's journey was a long one. At night, she would often set up camp beneath a tree. She would listen to the whistle of the wind winding through the trees, of the grass swaying, of the leaves dancing overhead. She would listen to the sound of the crickets, the soundscape of a peaceful night. And as she soaked in the beauty of the landscape and of the inky black sky overhead, she couldn't help but smile. She was helping bring order to this world. She was making this world better. There was nothing that was going to stop her on this quest. There was truly nothing more important. Not only was Themis the goddess of law, justice, and order, she also had a gift that many of her siblings had as well. She was a soothsayer, able to predict the future, able to receive messages about what was to come. As a woman of justice and law, Themis knew that she could not keep these abilities to herself. There was no justice in keeping the future from the people around her. As such, she set out to create something that would aid the gods forever. Atop a hill in the town of Delphi, Themis began to construct a temple for the Oracle of Delphi. It was a simple yet divine temple, a temple that looked down over the countryside and commanded the vista, reminding those below that there was guidance that came from above. Themis hoped that this would bring more peace and comfort to the mortals of the world, as well as the gods above. It didn't take long for those early humans to gather around the temple, seeking advice and leaving offerings. Themis was delighted to see that the mortals were following the instructions she had given. They were giving proper offerings to the gods. However, not everyone was following the laws that Themis had given. It didn't take long for her to witness mortals stealing from one another. Her heart sank at the sight. She was somewhat angry, disappointed, and confused. She had told the humans how to act according to justice and order, and they were disobeying that, preferring to live a life of dishonor and chaos. By following their selfish desires, they were making the world a darker and a less just place for everyone. And Themis simply could not have that. She felt no shame and no hesitation in what she decided to do next. Themis approached Nemesis, the goddess of retribution against those who succumb to hubris and arrogance. Though it would seem the things they oversaw were completely different, in reality, they needed to exist together. Themis told Nemesis of the problem she was having. Mortals were beginning to disobey the laws when it benefited them, no matter how it affected those around them. Themis could not allow this to go on in the just world she was trying to create. And it was Nemesis that she knew could fix it. Nemesis smiled upon her and thanked her for coming to her. She would gladly set the mortals straight when they disobeyed the divine laws that Themis had given them. Themis and Nemesis worked in their roles like this for quite some time. They ensured that their divine laws were being followed, and in turn, humanity slowly started to improve. But soon, the roles of the Titans in the world would decrease. When war between the Titans and the Olympians broke out, Themis knew what the outcome would be long before anyone else. She spoke little as the war came, aware that there was little she could do to change the fate that was falling upon the Titans. Soon, it became clear that the Olympians were to be the new rulers of the world. Zeus led the Olympians in the war, and it didn't take long for them to be victorious. This was long before many of the later Olympians were even born, and long before Hera and Zeus were wed. Even someone as strong and stubborn as Zeus needed guidance in a world as new as theirs. And so, he turned to Themis. While many of the Titans' roles had been replaced by Olympians, Themis was not. She was the goddess of justice, and it was a hard role to take over. Zeus spoke with Themis, wanting her assistance in ensuring the world stayed strong and just. Themis guided him, helping him pass the rules of life onto the other Olympians, and helping the Olympians ensure that they were holding the humans to those same standards. Through this process, Zeus gradually found himself falling in love with Themis. She was a strong woman, a woman who understood the world more deeply than he himself did. Not that he was one to ever admit that. When she spoke of the world, of truth and justice and fairness, he found himself mesmerized by her. He could always feel her passion for justice and divine order. He could see her desire to lead the world to a place of positivity, a place of tranquility, where everything was balanced and justice was always had. She wanted people to be the best that they could be. And truthfully, it made Zeus want to be the best that he could be. One day, as they spoke of some actions of the humans in the nearby town, Themis got visibly emotional. She was proud of how well the humans had been doing lately, of how much they had grown since they had begun to form a world of justice and order together. It was in that moment of emotion, in that moment of passion, that Zeus knew he had to wed Themis. He took her hand gently in his and gazed at her deeply, with a kind of love that Themis had never experienced before. He asked her if she would be his bride. Themis agreed, still overcome with emotion. She was not a woman who fell in love, but she was a woman who loved the earth and the people on it. And she knew marrying Zeus would unite them in a goal to make a better world. She knew that with Zeus by her side, they could work together to make that a reality. And they did just that. For dozens and dozens of years, Zeus and Themis spent long hours together, trying to make the world just. They watched the humans and the gods, ensuring that they were conducting themselves in a proper manner. And when the humans and gods were not, Nemesis would fulfill her role and show them the consequences of their actions. Themis was happy, deeply, truly happy. She was doing what she had been born on this earth to do. She was doing what she had always dreamt of. With every passing day, the world seemed to be becoming more balanced and fair. But, of course, those times of peace always come in waves. As the population of humans grew, war began to break out amongst them. There were many people, and though there was an abundance of resources, greed always seemed to get in the way. Nemesis was working like she hadn't ever before, and Themis was worn down by the demand for justice and order. She and Zeus grew apart. Zeus was more concerned with his need for power than his need for a good world, and it drove Themis away. Though their relationship and love for one another may have faded, their respect for one another never waned. Even as Zeus moved on and married Hera, he often requested Themis's counsel. needing her assistance to guide him in his decision-making. And Themis was pleased with this. She never used her role to accumulate power. She had never truly wanted a seat on Mount Olympus, nor had she desired any place in the politics of the Olympians. She was perfectly content doing her work on the sidelines with Nemesis, stepping in whenever people needed a reminder of morality and justice. She spent many of her days in Delphi, or in the cozy home she had made on a mountain of her own. From the mountain, she could gaze down into the towns and villages below and soak in the beauty of the world. She especially liked to observe the acts of kindness between humans, the light that ignited in their eyes when they treated each other well and loved one another. Some days, she would sit outside with a steaming cup and watch just that. She'd admire the kindness of the children below, the way they always gave to one another and shared their emotions so freely, the way they wanted what was best for each other and the world. It was never about power, never about control, never about gaining anything from one another. They simply loved and wanted everyone to be happy. Themis could relate deeply to that, and every time she consulted with the Olympians, she had that in mind. She was happy living her days on the outskirts, only stepping in when fairness and justice had been violated, and ensuring that each day was brighter than the last for humanity. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we delve into the history of Rhea, the mother goddess of Greek mythology. We will follow her through her childhood, her marriage, and the sacrifice she made to save her son Zeus on the beautiful island of Crete. In the beginning, there was only chaos. From the chaos emerged the inimitable Gaia, the earth, destined to become the beautiful, wild place that it is today. It was Gaia who created the earth. It was Gaia who was the earth. She then brought forth the starry heavens, Uranus, equal to herself, someone who could cover her every side and ensure that the gods had a place to go. Knowing the earth needed to be filled with beauty, with seas, with mountains, with trees, with art, Gaia and Uranus gave birth to 18 children. The most important of all, some would argue, were the Titans themselves. These 12 Titans were Oceanus, Chios, Crius, Hyperion, Iapetus, Cronus, Thea, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Thetis. Though Gaia and Uranus were all powerful beings, they were far from perfect. When Gaia looked upon the Titans that she brought into the world, her heart soared in ways she never could have imagined. The love she felt was the most powerful, the sweetest that she had ever experienced. Simply holding her children in her arms was enough to bring her to tears. But Uranus did not have the same experience. When he looked upon his children, his powerful, talented children, all that Uranus saw was a threat to his power over the world. Already, he had to share his divine power and control with his wife. The idea of sharing that with his children was too overwhelming, and it shrunk his ego in an undeniably crippling way. One night, Gaia tended to her children in a peaceful chamber atop Mount Othris. She sang to them, telling stories and enjoying their company. It was as though a void had been filled in her heart, something that Uranus did not comprehend. As night crackled across the sky and everyone slowly became drowsy, Gaia rose to her feet to kiss her children goodnight. But she didn't have a chance to. Uranus entered the room in a whirlwind of dizzying power. Before Gaia could say anything, before the children could react, Uranus scooped up his children and spirited them away, imprisoning them deep within Mount Othris. Gaia was devastated and furious with her husband. His fear of losing power was so great that he had no concerns for his family, and as a result, Gaia grew to have no concerns for him. Deep within Mount Othris, the children found themselves in a cavern. Rhea, one of the kindest of all the Titans, tended to her emotional siblings, offering them comfort and support in the trying, challenging time. Her gentle energy and soothing nature was known to all of the Titans. Being in her presence brought a sense of peace, even in the most challenging of situations. Her warm, honey-colored eyes always seemed to sparkle when she looked at others, assuring them that they would be okay. Opposite of her, Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, was taking another approach. He comforted his brothers by promising them that they would act against their father and claim his throne, ensuring that they would always be free. Some of the brothers and sisters were hesitant, but Cronus remained resolute. He knew what had to be done. Late one night, Gaia descended to visit her children. Cronus clung to his mother, telling her of his desire to overthrow Uranus. Gaia looked upon her children with a sense of pride. She knelt before them, speaking in whispers as they devised a plan together to overthrow Uranus and live peaceful lives once more. She gave Cronus a sickle, telling him to strike his father with it in order to gain his power. It was a big ask of Cronus, but he had no hesitations. He and his beloved siblings deserved to be free. As the hour of the plot approached, a touch of anxiety rose within the family. Some paced, some spoke of their concerns that the plan would not work, that it would make things ever worse for them. But it was Rhea who calmed them time and time again. With her warm, low whispers, she promised everyone that this would work out, that their plan would bring them to the sunlight once more. Pursuing her plan, Gaia called upon Uranus, urging him to come down where the children had been imprisoned. Cronus lay in wait, the sickle firmly grasped in his hands. When his father approached, he extended the sickle, striking his father and knocking him from his position of power forever. The Titans found themselves free once more. With a position of power to be filled, Cronus happily took on his father's title, ruling over the cosmos. For several years after, things were peaceful. The Titans spent many days meandering around beautiful Mount Othrys. They were often lounging in the sun and exploring the nearby forests, marveling at all the abundance the world had to offer. They found peace within their roles and with each other, and eventually, several of them found love. Soon after Cronus took the throne, he called Rhea to meet him on the edge of the mountain one afternoon. She made her way up the long, winding stone staircase that wrapped around to the peak of the mountain. The mountain breeze danced against her skin, giving her a chill even in the light of the brightly setting sun. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, quickening her steps up the stairs to meet Cronus on top. At the same time, however, she couldn't peel her eyes away from the beauty all around her. She loved the way the sun painted the sky, a beautiful array of pinks, purples, oranges, and reds. She dreamt of bottling it up, of carrying it everywhere with her, of lounging in it until the end of time. There was nothing more beautiful than the sunset. That's what she thought, at least. Cronus stood on the mountain watching Rhea, admiring her as she admired the sun. He couldn't help but think to himself that nothing was more beautiful than her. There was no sunset that could compare, no warmth it could give off that even came close to the warmth she brought with her everywhere she went. Rhea stepped up onto the platform at the peak of the mountain. The moment she did, a gust of wind blew across, rustling her hair and fluttering her stark white dress. The white dress popped against the deep blue sky, and though her hair grew messy, Cronus couldn't stop a smile from rising on his lips. Rhea was taken aback upon seeing Cronus. She had always admired his leadership abilities, always loved the way he spoke so simply and easily to others. She brought people comfort through her words, her bravery, and her presence. He brought them comfort through his careful planning and meticulous nature. She had never thought of Cronus romantically, and yet, that calm afternoon, looking at him against the glowing backdrop of an orange sky, something clicked inside of her. Cronus took her hand gently, in a way he knew he could never do with anyone else. Rhea brought out something in him that he had never felt before. They talked atop the mountain in low whispers to one another. They knew no one could hear them, and yet they craved the intimacy of that closeness, the intimacy of a secret shared. They talked about the world and the future of it. They talked about the time they spent imprisoned. They talked about the other titans, about the beauty of the world they'd help create. And as the sun crept the last few inches over the horizon, their conversation shifted. Cronus paused to take in the sight of those last rays of light reaching up into the heavens, those streaks of orange and pink that simply took his breath away. When he saw those rays of light reflected in Rhea's eyes, he knew what he had to do. He took her by the hand once more and asked her to be his wife, to rule over this world with him. Rhea looked out over the world with him for a few more minutes in silence. She savored the feeling of the breeze against her skin, savored the way that Cronus looked at her with such admiration, much like how he looked at the world. And, with no more hesitation, she nodded with tears in her eyes, agreeing to marry him. Their wedding was not attended by anyone else, nor was it a very official ceremony. They stood atop the mountain in the light of the rising sun only a few hours later. As it painted the landscape, the mountains, the sea in a golden glow, They vowed to rule everything it shone over together, to love one another, to care for one another. And just like that, their union was born. For several months, they lived blissful, love-filled lives. They both awakened with the sun every morning and spent much time sitting on the edge of the universe, soaking it all in. Sometimes they wouldn't speak to one another for hours. They would just watch the world go by in a serene silence. Rhea was deeply happy. Most days, she'd bid her husband farewell with a kiss on the cheek and visit the other titans down below. They were always thrilled to enjoy her presence, for more reasons than one. Rhea was the mother goddess. As such, her presence eased labor like magic, and everyone wanted her nearby to assure their children would be welcomed to the world safely, easily, and with much love right from the start. Simply holding Rhea's hand made childbirth a peaceful, beautiful experience. And with more of those experiences, Rhea began to yearn for children of her own. Children that she could pass her life lessons onto. Children that she could care for and show nothing but love and affection. Children that she could deeply, truly nurture. It wasn't long after that Rhea gave birth to several of the Greek gods. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon came into the world immediately loved by Rhea. When she gazed upon her children, the amount of overwhelming love she felt was enough to shake the earth. She felt truly, for the very first time, she understood unconditional love. But, much like his father, Cronus did not share this feeling, and for a very similar reason. When he struck down his father with the help of his mother, he was warned of a prophecy that foretold one of his own children overthrowing him and becoming the ruler in his place. Cronus was a kind being, but he was a being who had gradually grown far too accustomed to the power of being a supreme god. The idea of losing that power was maddening to him, something he couldn't possibly fathom. And though he hated to do it, he knew what he had to do the moment he entered the room where Rhea was gathered with their children. Using his overwhelming power, Cronus opened his mouth and swallowed his children whole. Rhea watched, her mouth agape with shock, with devastation. She cried for Cronus to stop, for him to free their children. But her words fell on deaf ears. Cronus explained his reason for swallowing the children. He promised her it was necessary to keep their power. But the power no longer mattered to Rhea. Rhea knew that all she wanted in life was the love she had felt seeing her children. Cronus left her in the room alone to mourn the loss. Rhea knew that her children were trapped inside Cronus, that she could free them in time, but she knew she could not do it alone. The days passed slowly from then on. Rhea put on a loving facade with Cronus. She knew it was the only way she could do what she had to do. Soon, Rhea was due to have another child. Under no circumstances could she let Cronus swallow him as well. With every fake smile, with every pleasantry she exchanged with her husband, she was coming up with a plan to protect her son, no matter what the cost. Finally, it was time for Rhea to give birth to her youngest son. She gave birth to Zeus at the edge of the water at the base of the mountain. He was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She rocked him in her arms and looked at him as though he was the sun. She knew she couldn't lose him, and she knew she had to get her other children back from Cronus's belly somehow. With the help of her 2 servants, Rhea traveled to the island of Crete. She tiptoed over the smooth rocks of the beautiful landscape, making her way up to a cave tucked high in the mountains, overlooking the ocean. She pushed aside the curtain of moss protecting the cave from the sea breeze and stepped inside. She was delighted to find that the cave was not dark. In fact, it was rather beautiful. A gap between the rocks allowed a single, thick ray of sunshine to stream down through the ceiling. It glistened in the middle of the cave, like it was sparkling with 1,000,000 diamonds. Rhea saw it as a sign from the heavens, an invitation to put Zeus down to rest here. She kissed her beloved son's forehead, promising him that she would be back for him, promising him that in time he would be allowed to take his rightful place. Zeus cooed and grabbed her finger as she sat him down. There was already such strength in his grip, already a strange wisdom in his eyes. She bopped him on the nose with a loving touch, urging him to try and be as quiet as possible to conceal his identity within the mountain. She put as many cozy creature comforts as she could inside the cave. There were covers, pelts, clothing that was infused with herbs to calm her son and bring him comfort. She She assigned 2 of her servants to protect Zeus and the cave with all of their might. They agreed, touched to be in charge of such an important task. But it wasn't they who would nurture her son and raise him. Rhea called upon Amalthea, a goat-tending nymph from a nearby forest. She had a gentle nature rivaled only by Rhea's own. She cared for her goats with nothing but tender care and affection, and she even had a golden goat said to have milk that could protect and give power to those who drank it. She begged Amalthea to raise her child with the same tenderness she showed all the creatures in her care. Amalthea bowed at the feet of Rhea and swore on her life that she would raise Zeus with unconditional love. Rhea sailed back from the island with haste. She knew she had to return before Cronus realized she was missing. When she stepped foot on the same beach she had delivered her darling Zeus on, she could see Cronus making his way down the long, winding path that led to the sand. But Rhea had a plan in place. She grabbed a heavy stone and wrapped it in a blanket, making it look like a child. She rocked the stone as convincingly as she could, even cooing it and brushing her hand over its smooth surface. Just as she expected, Cronus swallowed the rock whole, making it disappear into his stomach, just as he had with his other children. Rhea was relieved her plan had worked, and back on Crete, it was working even better than she had imagined. Amalthea took care of Zeus with immense compassion, patience, and love. Whenever Zeus cried, she would rock him for hours on end. Outside, a group of dancers would hit their drums and sing, drowning out Zeus's cries so his father would not hear from the mountain. And Zeus had a beautiful childhood on the island. Amalthea fed him the milk of her goats, helping him grow stronger and stronger with every passing day. At night, she slept with him in her arms. He nuzzled the soft fur of her goats, lucky to have comfort all around him. Rhea waited patiently on the mainland. Whenever she had a chance, she would visit her son and hold him. She knew one day he was destined to defeat his father and free his siblings, destined to change the world forever, to bring her family back to her. And sooner than she expected, that day came. Zeus grew into a strong young man with a sense of justice, and, much like his father, a hunger for power. He spoke with his grandmother, Gaia, who knew of all things on heaven and earth. She gave him a medicine disguised as food, medicine that would force Cronus to expel Zeus's siblings and weaken him. When Zeus arrived at the palace atop the mountain, Cronus didn't know who he was. Rhea, on the other hand, had to try her hardest not to look upon her son with love in her eyes. Zeus offered Cronus the medicine disguised as a food, and as soon as he did, Cronus expelled the stone that he thought had been Zeus all those years ago. Soon after, he brought forth the other children. They were full grown, more powerful than Cronus ever would have expected them to be. Faced with the reality of what he had done, Cronus was frozen in fear, in regret. It wasn't long before a war broke out, a war between the gods, led by Zeus, and the Titans, led by Cronus. In the end, just as the prophecy had foretold, Zeus was victorious. After so many years, Rhea was free of Cronus. She was reunited with her children, and the world she found herself in was brand new. She was relieved to be free of her power, relieved to be free of her tether to Cronus, a tether that had worn on her for years. She spent the rest of her life in service to the gods and the people of the world. She was sought after for comfort and love, like the mother goddess that she was. People prayed to her in moments where they needed warmth and comfort. She was present at the birth of Apollo, able to ease the pain of his mother, Leto. Leto's labor had been agonizing, drawn out by the vengeful goddess Hera, but Rhea was able to comfort her and bring her peace as she delivered Apollo into the world. Rhea couldn't stand to see anyone in pain, truly. During the Trojan War, she also rescued Creusa, Aphrodite's daughter-in-law, from slavery. When she looked upon the boats of those who had kidnapped Creusa, she transformed them into sea nymphs and gathered Creusa in her arms. But her kindness didn't only extend to women. Dionysus, her grandson, was inflicted with madness, yet again as a result of Zeus's infidelity and Hera's fury. Upon seeing him struggling, Rhea descended to the forest he found himself in and cured him of his madness. Knowing the young child had nowhere else to go, she gathered him in her arms and vowed to take care of him until he was grown. She tended to him day and night, showing him the way of the world and helping him become the god he eventually was. Rhea was a true mother goddess, full of kindness, a goddess who cared for all of those around her. Though she is not as well known as some other gods, Many of the more prominent gods and heroes relied on her innate kindness. It's said that even today, you can feel the warmth of her character and her compassion. Simply close your eyes and imagine her alongside you in times of trouble or distress. You will find a sense of peace and warmth washing over you. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight we will relax and unwind a soothing retelling of the myth of Prometheus. Follow the Titan as he defies the gods, stealing fire from Olympus to share with humanity. Let this tale of wisdom, defiance, and generosity gently guide you into a peaceful and restful sleep. The world before the gods was a place of unshaped power, raw and untamed. The Titans ruled not with wisdom, but with might, bending the land and sky to their will, like children molding clay. They shaped mountains as thrones, carved rivers where they pleased, and split the heavens with their voices alone. But for all their strength, they lacked foresight. They were creatures of excess, vast, eternal, and unchallenged. Among them stood Kronos, greatest of the Titans, his rule absolute. He wielded a scythe of celestial gold, a blade that had once severed his own father, Uranus, from the sky. But it was not the heavens that trembled beneath him. It was his own kin. For Kronos feared prophecy. It whispered of a child who would rise against him, just as he had once risen against his father. So he devoured them, his own children, swallowing them whole before they could grow strong enough to defy him. Prometheus watched. Even as a child among Titans, he was not like the others. He saw the madness in Kronos' rule, the endless hunger for control, the folly of hoarding power. He did not know how or when, but the age of Titans would end, and when it did, Prometheus would not be on the side of the old world. Prometheus sat upon a jagged ridge of stone, watching the clouds churn in the sky. The air was heavy, charged with something unspoken, something waiting. Beside him, Epimetheus sprawled carelessly on his back, hands behind his head, eyes closed as if the world held no weight at all. "You think too much, brother," Epimetheus muttered, sighing. "Always watching, always waiting. What is there to fear? Kronos rules. The world is as it has always been." Prometheus did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered on the horizon, where thunderheads gathered, thick and dark. He could feel the shift in the air, the way the earth tensed beneath them. "Things do not last simply because they have always been," he said at last. "Power without wisdom is a fire left unattended. It burns, it spreads, and in the end, it consumes itself." Epimetheus scoffed, rolling onto his side. "You speak in riddles again. Titans rule because they are mighty. This is the way of things. What use is wisdom when strength decides the world? Prometheus frowned but said nothing. There would be no changing his brother's mind. Not now, not yet. A sound carried through the wind then, low and distant, whispers of war carried on the breath of the earth itself. A name rising like a storm breaking against the sky. Zeus. For days, the wind had whispered of something coming, something vast and inevitable. Now, the sky darkened, clouds rolling in not with rain, but with power. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the ground trembled beneath Prometheus's feet. He and Epimetheus stood on a high ridge, looking out over the valley below, where the Titans gathered in defiance. Across from them, on the other side of the storm, stood Zeus and his followers, the young gods who had risen to challenge the old order. It has begun, Prometheus murmured. Epimetheus frowned but said nothing. The battle was not a clash of weapons or bloodshed. It was a war of forces beyond mortal understanding. Oceans rising and falling at Poseidon's call, mountains shifting under the weight of the Titan's steps, the sky flickering between light and darkness as Zeus's thunder met Kronos' power. It was creation reshaping itself. The Titans had ruled for an age, carving the world into what pleased them. But Prometheus saw what they could not. They had built a world that could not last. They sought only to preserve their own power, never to change, never to grow. This is not our fight, Epimetheus said, voice uneasy. The Titans have always ruled, they always will. Prometheus did not answer. His eyes remained on Zeus, golden-eyed, standing at the heart of the storm. The young god was fierce, but more than that, he was determined. He was willing to fight for something new. Prometheus took a step forward. Brother, Epimetheus called after him. He did not look back. For 10 years, the struggle shook the world. Prometheus stood with Zeus, guiding him not with strength, but with wisdom, with foresight. And in the end, the storm passed. Kronos, the devourer, fell. The Titans who had ruled for eons were bound in unbreakable chains and cast into the depths of Tartarus. The old world was gone. The age of the Olympian gods had begun. At first, it seemed that Zeus would rule as he had promised. He freed his brothers, dividing the world among them. Poseidon to the seas, Hades to the underworld, and himself to the sky. The earth, once battered by war, began to heal. The rivers ran clear again, the mountains stood tall, and the wind carried no scent of battle. But cracks began to show. After a time, Zeus no longer spoke of liberation. He spoke of order, of loyalty. Where once his voice had carried warmth, it now carried expectation. The gods knelt not out of respect, but out of necessity. None dared speak against him. None dared refuse him. Prometheus watched, and for the first time, he wondered if he had made a mistake. "Tell me, brother," Epimetheus said, standing beside him, eyes sharp with amusement. "Was this the future you saw?" Prometheus had no answer. The mortals, small, fragile, fleeting things, moved through the world with none of the might of the gods, none of the power of the Titans. They had no wings to soar through the sky, no claws to defend themselves, no magic to shape the land. Yet they endured. Prometheus had seen them huddle in the cold, pressing close against the wind, carving symbols into stone as if to speak to the future itself. He had seen them stare at the stars as though seeking something more, and so he descended. Prometheus walked among the mortals in the shadow, unseen as a god, his footsteps silent upon the earth. He watched as they struggled, fumbling with brittle branches, trying to weave them into shelter, their hands raw from the cold. He saw them stare at the sky, lost, unable to read the passing of the seasons, their crops failing before they could grow strong. He felt sorry for them. He knew that as a god, he could help them, and so he did. He guided their hands as they wove reeds into baskets, crafting vessels to carry water and grain. He traced the path of the sun across the sky, showing them how to mark the lengthening and shortening days. He dipped his finger into the dark earth and etched symbols into stone, gifting them the means to write, to remember, to pass knowledge from one life to the next. A child, no older than a few summers, pressed a small hand to his. "Thank you," she whispered. Above, Zeus watched. He did not smile. His gaze was cold, unreadable. For now, he said nothing. But gods do not forget. On returning to Mount Olympus, Prometheus was summoned. The halls of Olympus stretched wide before him, pillars of gleaming marble, rivers of gold running beneath his feet. At the far end of the hall, Zeus sat upon his throne, lightning dancing at his fingertips, his expression unreadable. "You think to shape them?" Zeus mused, his voice as smooth as rolling thunder. "To make them wise? What use is wisdom to a dying breed?" Prometheus did not flinch. He had expected this. He met Zeus's gaze but did not answer. He knew when silence was the wiser path. For a long moment, Zeus only watched him. Then he leaned forward, his golden eyes narrowing. "You are my ally, Prometheus. Do not make yourself my enemy." The words carried no anger, only certainty, a simple truth, a warning. Prometheus inclined his head, but deep within, the first ember of defiance had already been lit. When he left Zeus's throne room, the weight of the warning still pressing against his chest, he knew the matter was far from over. Zeus would not let this stand. Days later, golden-winged messengers arrived, not just for him, but for all of Olympus. The gods gathered in the great hall, a place where judgment was passed and order was upheld. Massive pillars stretched toward a ceiling carved with constellations, and the very air hummed with power. The throne of Zeus loomed at the far end, wreathed in the glow of stormlight. Hera arrived first, her expression unreadable, her presence alone enough to command respect. Poseidon followed, his steps heavy as crashing waves, the scent of salt and storm lingering in his wake. Athena came next, watching, calculating, her sharp gaze betraying nothing. Hephaestus entered in silence, his hands clasped behind his back, his face set in stone. And then Hermes, leaning against a pillar, already smirking, as if this were nothing more than a passing amusement. When Zeus spoke, his voice rumbled like distant thunder, quiet but absolute. The time for meddling in mortal affairs is over. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Zeus let the weight of his words settle before continuing. For too long, the gods have shaped the fates of mortals, guiding them as one might guide a child. But children must learn to stand on their own. His gaze swept over the assembled gods, lingering on no one, and yet Prometheus felt the weight of it all the same. From this day forth, Olympus will remain apart. Mortals will struggle, and they will endure, or they will fall, but they will do so on their own. A hush fell over the hall. The gods turned their eyes toward one another, watching, waiting. No one wished to be the first to speak. But Prometheus had already made his choice. He could remain silent no longer. He stepped forward. The golden light of the throne room gleamed against his bronze skin, but he cast no shadow. He did not kneel, did not lower his gaze. He stood as an equal, unshaken by the presence of the king of Olympus. "You decree that mortals must struggle," Prometheus said, his voice steady. "But they do not struggle because they are weak. They struggle because they are abandoned." A murmur rippled through the gods, though none spoke. Hera's lips tightened. Poseidon's fingers drummed against his side. Even Athena, ever the voice of reason, remained silent. Zeus's golden eyes fixed on him. He did not stop him. "The mortals suffer in darkness. Knowledge does not make them gods, but it makes them strong enough to survive. You sit above them and call it wisdom to let them perish." Zeus did not yet rise. He only watched, his expression unreadable, waiting, measuring. And in the silence, the gods shifted. someone would have to take a side. It was Athena who stepped forward first. Her gray eyes gleamed with thought, fingers steepled beneath her chin. She did not look at Zeus as she spoke, but her words were measured, careful. He makes a good point. What harm is knowledge if it is well guided? A flicker of interest crossed Zeus's face, just for a moment, but he said nothing. Across the room, Hephaestus stirred. The forge master, the builder of wonders, his brow furrowed, deep lines creasing his face. He knew the power of knowledge better than anyone. At last, he spoke. It is a tool, nothing more. His voice was quiet but solid, shaped like the things he crafted. A hammer may build or destroy. A flame may warm or burn. He let the words settle before adding, "It is the hand that wields it that decides its purpose." For a brief moment, Prometheus thought he might have an ally. But then Hera's voice cut through the air, cold and certain. "It is power," she said, "and power belongs to the gods." Poseidon nodded, arms crossed over his chest. "Give them knowledge, and soon they will think themselves our equals." A smirk tugged at the corner of Hermes' mouth, but he did not speak. He only watched, letting the conversation unfold. Prometheus had unsettled the balance, and now Zeus would decide what that meant. Zeus did not rise in anger. He did not strike the ground with his thunderbolt or let his voice shake the heavens. He did not need to. Instead, he lifted a single hand. The murmurs died instantly. The weight of Olympus pressed down upon the hall, silent and absolute. His gaze found Prometheus, unblinking, unmoved. "You would teach wisdom to mortals, Prometheus," Zeus said, his voice as smooth as polished stone. "But wisdom means knowing one's place." He stepped down from his throne, his movements slow, deliberate, measured. "Knowledge is power," Zeus said, "and power is the right of the gods." His voice did not rise, but it carried through the chamber like distant thunder. "Any who would share it will suffer." The warning was not just for Prometheus, it was for all the gods. Zeus watched Prometheus for a moment longer, then turned away. The storm had passed as swiftly as it had come. The matter, in Zeus's eyes, was settled. Later, Prometheus stood at the edge of Olympus, where the clouds fell away into nothing. Below, the mortal world stretched vast and silent beneath the night sky. No warmth, no fire, no light. Only shadows shifting with the wind, curling in the cracks of a world that had never known illumination. The mortals huddled in darkness, their breath rising in pale clouds, their hands fumbling against the cold earth. But the heavens above them remained indifferent. Zeus had spoken. The gods had spoken. The mortals must suffer. The words echoed in Prometheus's mind, heavy as iron, yet they rang hollow against the memory of the faces he had seen, the desperation, the hunger, the silent pleas to gods who would never answer. His fingers curled into fists. They would not survive like this. "If I do nothing," he murmured to the wind, "they will fade into nothing." Prometheus made his decision. He turned from the heavens and walked toward the forge of the gods. The forge of Hephaestus never slept. Even in the dead of night, fire roared in its depths, great molten veins pulsing beneath the earth, feeding the hunger of the gods' ever-turning hammer. Sparks leapt from metal, illuminating the cavernous workshop in brief bursts of red and gold. The air thrummed with heat, thick with the scent of molten iron and scorched stone. Prometheus stepped inside, his presence swallowed by the hum of creation. Hephaestus did not turn. He continued working, shaping metal with precise, rhythmic strikes. But Prometheus saw the shift in his shoulders, the way he stiffened at the sound of footsteps. Hephaestus knew why he was here. "You ask me to betray Olympus?" The Forge Master's voice was low, steady. Prometheus shook his head. "I ask you to look away, just once." There was a pause. The hammer rested against the anvil, its echo fading into silence. Then Hephaestus sighed and turned his back. "The forge is always burning," he murmured. "If it is unattended for a moment, that is no fault of mine." There was a pause. The hammer rested against the anvil, its echo fading into silence. Then Hephaestus sighed and turned his back. Without a word, he walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the forge. The fire still roared, the molten rivers still flowed, but now Prometheus was alone. Prometheus stepped forward, his breath steady but his pulse quickening. At the heart of the forge, the sacred flame danced. It was no ordinary fire. It twisted and coiled upon itself, shifting colors that had no name, whispering in tongues older than the gods. It was alive, aware. It knew he did not belong. He reached for it. The fire shrank away at first, sensing the theft. But Prometheus was quicker. He produced a fennel stalk, hollowed at the core, and plunged it into the flame. The fire fought him. It lashed out, licking at his fingers, trying to chase him away. But Prometheus did not falter. "Come," he murmured, "the world needs you." Eventually the flame relented. It curled into the stalk, hiding within, flickering, waiting. Prometheus exhaled, feeling the heat still burning against his skin. The deed was done. He turned and strode from the forge, his steps quick but unhurried. No alarms rang, no shouts of pursuit followed. The gods slumbered, unaware of what had just been taken from them. Prometheus stood at the edge of the mortal world. The fire burned safely within the fennel stalk, flickering, whispering against its prison. It was not merely heat, it was potential, power, the foundation of something greater. It did not belong to Olympus, it belonged here with the mortals. He moved unseen through the night, past twisted trees and cragged hills, where no god had walked before. The mortals were close, he could hear them, murmured voices, the rustle of movement, the sharp cry of a hungry child. They huddled together in the dark, as they always had. Their world was small, cold, and without light, but not for much longer. Prometheus stepped forward. The mortals flinched at his presence, their eyes wide with uncertainty. They did not know him, not truly, but they had dreamed of gods before, had feared them, had called to them in vain. No call had ever been answered. Prometheus knelt before them, placing the fennel stalk upon the bare earth. The flame curled at the edges, testing, waiting. "Take it," his voice was low, steady. The mortals hesitated. One among them, a young woman, her expression hard with survival but bright with curiosity, stepped forward. She reached out, then paused, eyes flicking to his. "Will it harm us?" Prometheus smiled. "No." She placed her hands around the stalk. The flame did not burn her. Instead, it warmed her fingers, pulsing softly as if recognizing her touch. She gasped. The others leaned in, watching. The fire did not lash out. It did not consume. It waited. Prometheus reached forward, picking up a dry branch and setting it against the ember. He breathed, slow and patient. The fire jumped. It spread along the branch, leaping from the fennel's core as though it had been waiting for permission. Light exploded into the darkness. The mortals cried out, not in fear, but in something deeper. Awe. Prometheus did not speak. He only watched. The young woman held the branch high, turning it in her hands, watching how the light played against the trees. She knelt and pressed it to a pile of dry wood. Fire bloomed. The others crowded closer, hesitantly, then eagerly. Hands outstretched, the cold would not take them tonight. They would learn. They would build. Prometheus smiled, stepping back. His work was done. Then, from the heavens, a low roll of thunder rumbled. Zeus was awake. Prometheus did not run. Instead, he turned towards Olympus, ready to face his punishment. The halls of the gods were silent when he arrived. They had been waiting. Zeus sat upon his golden throne, his expression unreadable. "You stole from Olympus," Zeus said, his voice calm but unyielding. "I gave them what was already theirs," Prometheus replied. Zeus studied him for a moment, then exhaled, as if disappointed. "Then you will share in their suffering." The gods watched as Hephaestus was summoned. He arrived carrying a set of iron chains, their links heavy, unbreakable, forged not for war, nor for mortals, but for a god. The journey to the mountain was long. The sky stretched vast above them, the land falling away beneath the clouds. Higher and higher they climbed, until at last they reached the lonely peak. The world below was distant, unreachable. Even the heavens felt further away. Hephaestus stepped forward. His hands, steady as stone, seemed slower than usual, but he said nothing. With practiced movements, he bound Prometheus in place. The chains tightened, anchoring him to the mountain, a fixture of the earth itself. The gods left without a word, leaving Prometheus chained there. A great shadow passed overhead, a silent presence, vast and inescapable. It was an eagle. Day after day, it would come to feast on Prometheus's liver. Night after night, Prometheus would heal, and morning after morning, the punishment would repeat. Though Prometheus remained bound, the fire he had given to the mortals could not be taken back. Far below, in the valleys and forests, in the quiet corners of the world, the mortals thrived. Their nights were no longer ruled by darkness. They built, they learned, they grew. The wind carried whispers of his name, not in fear, but in reverence. The gods watched. They saw what had begun, and though his punishment endured, Prometheus smiled. For in the flickering of every fire, in the warmth of every hearth, in the light that no storm could extinguish, he was free. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back in time to ancient Greece to explore the moonlit landscape with Hecate, the goddess of necromancy, the moon, and the night. Ancient Greece was a land unlike any other, overflowing with titans and Olympians, monsters and beauties, darkness and light. It was a place flourishing with stories, constantly weaving new ones at every turn. There was war and laughter and peace and joy, and there was family and nature. Not all of the goddesses and magic wielders resided on Mount Olympus. Many of them lived in a constant state of flux, traveling the land across the seas, journeying far into the mountains, sailing to distant islands, going wherever their magic took them. Yes, there were many free goddesses and gods that wandered the countryside, carrying their magic with them. But there were few as free and as magical as Hecate, the goddess of necromancy, the moon, and the night. Hecate was the daughter of the god of destruction, and Asteria, the Titan goddess of fallen stars and divination. Fortunately, she took after her mother, finding a sense of belonging in the stars, in magic, and in the spirits around her. Specifically, in comforting the spirits around her. Hecate would awaken every day, just as the sun sunk below the horizon. Some days, she would awaken underneath the shelter of cedar and pine trees, tucked away in a grove far from civilization. Other days, she would awaken in long forgotten cabins in the woods, where she would start crackling fires in fireplaces and wait for the cool night to wash over the land. But no matter where she was, she would awaken with a great feeling of belonging and of hope. She would shrug the blankets off of herself and look up to the sky as it transitioned from day to night. The pinks, purples, blues, and oranges of the sunset would gradually grow darker and darker and darker still. The cornflower swaths of sky became navy. The lilac swaths became indigo. The fire-tinged clouds became dark and muted like cedar. Then, the earth would begin to reflect the sky. The creatures of the day would nestle into their nests, silent for the remainder of the night. The birds would sing the last few notes of their song, a few stragglers singing into the air until silence washed across the land. Then, the crickets would begin to sing. The frogs would peep up from their peaceful ponds. It was a high-pitched melody, one filled with rhythm that seemed to make the whole landscape sway as it drifted further and further into night. It was only then that Hecate would rise from her humble bed for the night. She would form her plant and star-embellished quilt into a tight roll and tie it to her back, along with a few other items she carried along with her. She was, after all, a traveler, a magical nomad in this beautiful land of strange and wondrous things. She always carried a book. When she was finished, she would often trade her book with a fellow traveler before pressing on, soothed by the reality that she would be reading the same words that the stranger had read only days before. She carried a small collection of herbs and trinkets, all picked to help her perform spells when it was needed. And, most important of all, she carried 2 torches. These torches represented the mark that she would leave on the world. And when those who were lost would spot them, they would instantly know they were saved. Because Hecate didn't just aimlessly wander the woods like many others did. She wandered the woods looking for those who were wandering aimlessly. She wandered the woods looking for lost souls, dead or alive, with the intention of bringing them to wherever they belonged and soothing them along the way. It was her role in the world, one that she took on with great pride. And on one brilliant fall night, Hecate had a premonition that would change the course of her life. It was the first cold night of the fall. When Hecate awakened as the sun set, she could hear the leaves crinkling against one another in the brisk air. Here, high in the mountains, the touch of autumn was a colorful one, a welcomed one. She sat up and rolled up her sleeping bag, thankful to see that this night was going to be a bright one, a wonderful one, because tonight there was a full moon. As the goddess of the moon, Hecate felt a serene power wash over her as she sat in the moonlight. She knew what she had to do. She meandered to the nearest stream, a mountain stream where the water was cool and invigorating, and she stepped down into it. She reveled in the feeling of the smoothness of the rocks, of the coolness of the water. She tilted her head back as she stepped further into the river. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4. With each step, she felt more connected to the landscape around her and more connected to the moon. Bathing in that river in the moonlight brought her a sense of peace and belonging that few will experience in their lifetime. Hecate felt her abilities growing stronger. As the goddess of necromancy, she was not just connected with both the living and the dead, but she was also a soothsayer. Often, the future would come to her in hazy waves, giving her just enough information to inform her journey and bring comfort to others. But tonight, with the moon as bright and full as it was, and the water as cool and comforting as it was, her visions became as clear as the river she was standing in. As she gazed out at the silver-tinged water around her, a vision played out before her. It was a lost soul. A lost soul looking for belonging, looking for comfort. But this wasn't just any lost soul. It was a Greek goddess. As smoothly as the vision came to Hecate, it disappeared before her, drifting away in the breeze, as though it had merely been a thick blanket of fog on the forest floor. Hecate rose out of the water, carrying a sense of peace and dignity inside her. She loved her task of bringing mortals, gods, and goddesses comfort, and tonight it appeared that she would certainly be doing just that. She wandered back to her camp, carefully packing up her belongings and slinging them on her back, fastening them comfortably against her shoulders with a thick leather strap that smelled of sage and rosemary. Then she extended her fingers into the dark night air. She pulsed them slightly, closing her eyes with a great deal of focus. From her fingertips, sparks flickered alive, illuminating the forest around her in a soft flash of orange and yellow. The sparks caught on her 2 torches and ignited. She wrapped her hands around the familiar torches. It was her task every night, meandering through the forests and mountains, with the torches held before her, urging all who were lost to follow her towards the light, towards their future. As she walked, she kept her eyes closed. She loved the sound of her boots pressing into the damp soil, the click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, as she wove through the trees and down gentle slopes. It was as if she was creating a song with the forest around her. Chirps and croaks were their clicks and clacks, clicks and clacks, clicks and clacks. Finally, she opened her eyes, taking in the beautiful sight of the landscape changing around her. In the day, all things are visible, but at night, there was room for interpretation, room for wonder. As she walked, carrying the light with her, the world around her shifted. Rounded shadows turned into rocks. Shadows danced between trees as she passed by. Water and cobwebs glowed in a gossamer of orange, red, and yellow as they reflected the light of her torch in a ghostly, otherworldly manner. That was one of the many reasons Hecate loved the night, though there were several other reasons. Hecate was never awake during the daytime, and she had no desire to be. She longed to be in the stillness of night, when the world slowed down and life seemed to move the way it was intended. There were no obligations at night, no busyness in the world. It was simply her and nature, her and other travelers, her and the lost souls. She could connect to everyone during these hours of night. The darkness provided a layer of protection for everyone, a veil that made vulnerability feel more accessible. And that's the way that Hecate preferred to live, authentic and vulnerable. That's why, on that night, when she rounded a corner into a moonlit meadow, she felt a small smile cross her face. In the center of the meadow was a soul, not alive, seemingly lost and stuck in place. It was a ghostly form of a human, a haze in the dark night that you would miss if you were not looking closely enough. And still, Hecate could see the concern on the soul's face. She walked toward the soul, exuding warmth and a maternal energy most reserved for their own children. But for Hecate, these lost souls were her children. She stepped closer, illuminating the soul with her 2 torches. "Hello, my child. Are you lost?" Hecate asked, her words sweet and slow like warm honey. The soul, a young woman, nodded at Hecate. "I must be. I don't know where I am." The soul's voice was tinged with the weight of her concern and worry. In the light of the torches and the moon, Hecate could see that tears were starting to form in her eyes. So, Hecate did something only she could do. She reached forward and placed a gentle hand on the girl's cheek. The soul flinched at Hecate's touch for a moment, surprised, but then she sunk into the moment with gratitude. "It's been very long since I've been held," the soul said. "Well, you won't have to worry about that much longer, my dear. I will guide you to the place where you belong," Hecate replied. The soul looked relieved by that, so Hecate led the soul down the winding path through the meadow. In the light of the moon, the wildflowers flourishing in the sweet grass became entirely visible. The soul gazed out at them in wonder, a look of serenity washing away the tension she had been carrying only moments ago. "Would you like to take one with you? There are flowers where you're going, but perhaps you'd like one to remember this place by." The soul nodded eagerly at Hecate's suggestion. Hecate leaned down and plucked the most beautiful flower she could find. It was a lupine, its brilliant purple buds, almost silver and otherworldly this time of the night. With care, Hecate tucked the flower behind the soul's ear. The soul touched the flower in disbelief. Hecate gave her a warm smile, urging her to take care of the lupine. As they made their way through the forest, Hecate reassured the soul that everything was going to be just fine. Where she was going was a marvelous place, a place of rolling meadows and souls at peace as far as the eye could see. Hecate told the soul that many people get lost along their way, but it is all part of the journey. By the time they reached one of the gates to the underworld, the soul was already at peace, looking forward to the next step on her journey. The gate so the underworld looked completely different than many would envision. Truly, the underworld was not a place of darkness, of punishment, of negativity. It was a place much like our own. The gate was a tunnel tucked at the edge of a forest, like a natural cave. The whole thing was coated in vibrant green moss and ferns, which swayed as the breeze wove through the cavern and out into the world. Flowers surrounded it, each one more beautiful than the last. And though you could feel the power of the place, there was also a sense of calm in the forest. The crickets and frogs seemed to be quieter here. Hecate squeezed the soul's hands and gave her a smile before she asked, "Perhaps you would like a drink before you go?" Hecate knelt down in the soft, aromatic grass and started a small fire. She set down a tea kettle atop the flames, filling the water within it with lavender, honey, and chamomile. The fragrant steam rose into the night, weaving between the trees and the flowers. Hecate poured a cup for the soul and handed it to her gently, being sure to squeeze her hand reassuringly as she did so. The soul sipped the tea, grateful to have a drink of something familiar after her long, strange journey. They sat for an hour sipping tea and watching the night sky overhead. The full moon seemed to glisten even brighter above them, lighting their vulnerable moment of connection and happiness. Then the time came. The soul stepped into the cavern and sat atop the boat on the river Styx. Hecate waved to her with a smile on her face, knowing that the soul was heading to the Elysian fields, a place of unvarying joy, peace, and happiness. Hecate began to pack up her things yet again, a smile dancing on her lips. There was another soul at peace now, one less person lost in the foggy woods of this land. Looking up at the moon, she knew there was still time to find another, to bring someone else the comfort that they deserved. She slung her items back over her back and journeyed back to the meadow that she had found the soul in earlier that night. For a moment, she stopped just to smell the flowers and breathe in their fragrance mixed with the smells of the midnight air. She felt most fully herself in these moments of solitude, when it just seemed to be her, the moon, and the earth around her. Only, this time, Hecate was not alone. Across the meadow, the silhouette of a beautiful woman meandered through the flowers. Hecate watched as this mystery woman turned her gaze to the sky more than once, twirling and reveling at the cosmos overhead. Hecate stepped closer to the woman. Not only was she drawn to her beauty and spirit, but Hecate noticed something else about the woman. There was a kind of power exuding from her, the kind of power that few people on earth possessed, unless that person was a goddess. The mystery woman, however, didn't seem to notice Hecate at first. She dipped her hands down into the meadow, plucking flowers gently and holding them closer to her nose, breathing their scent in deeply. It was only when Hecate was a few feet before her that she noticed who this beautiful, strange woman was. It was Persephone, goddess of spring, daughter of Zeus and Demeter. And if there was anything Hecate knew about Demeter, it's that she wouldn't be happy that her daughter was wandering in the night without her. "Does your mother know you're here, Persephone?" Hecate asked, a friendly smile on her face. Persephone nodded with respect at Hecate, though there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Perhaps, perhaps not. Well, rest assured, I will not be the one to tell her, Hecate replied. Persephone bowed slightly with gratitude. The two sat in the meadow together for quite some time. They were not close, but not strangers. And truly, Hecate knew much more than she would ever admit to Persephone. As a frequent traveler between the underworld and the world of the living, Hecate was well aware that Persephone was smitten by Hades, the god of the underworld, and she deeply understood that Hades was smitten by Persephone as well. Anytime Hecate traveled through the underworld, she would catch Hades writing poetry or gazing at springtime flowers with longing. He was not a hard man to read, Hades. A misunderstood man, certainly, but not a challenging one to read. It was a secret romance, one only few were privy to, and one that even fewer would understand. Hecate, however, understood it completely. Love does not always make logical sense. It is a power that none can wield and none can control. After talking for quite some time, Hecate rose to her feet to continue looking for lost souls. Although, uncharacteristically, she was unaware that there was one before her. As Hecate stepped away, the earth before her opened up. Persephone looked around in confusion, and then, quickly, she was pulled down, 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 down into the earth. She didn't look scared, merely surprised. Hecate extended her hand, offering it to the young goddess. But Persephone merely shook her head, and then she was gone. It was only moments later that Demeter appeared, frantic. She asked Hecate where her daughter had gone, and Hecate told her the truth. She said it calmly, not trying to alarm Demeter. But Demeter was not pleased. She said her daughter had no place in the underworld, though Hecate knew this wasn't true. She promised to lead Demeter to the underworld to see her daughter. She was, after all, a guide of lost souls. And it wasn't Persephone who was lost at the moment. Hecate meandered down, 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 down the familiar trail, humming to herself along the way. Demeter was on edge, but Hecate's energy gradually seemed to calm her down. As they entered the underworld, Demeter looked around with concern. There were holes in the ceiling, skylights looking up into the world above. Moonlight poured in through them, illuminating the mossy, fern-coated cavern walls in a silvery light. Hecate had always found it beautiful, otherworldly, perhaps the closest physical representation of magic that one could see. After they crossed the river Styx, they traveled up, 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 up a winding path until they reached the home of Hades himself. Hecate greeted him with a bow and a smile. "Nice to see you again, Hades." Hades bowed back. "And you, Hecate?" Then, with less enthusiasm, he asked, "What brings you here, Demeter?" Overwhelmed, Demeter demanded to know where her daughter was. "Have you hurt her?" she asked, her voice wavering with accusation and worry. Hecate watched as Hades' face fell. In a wounded tone, he told Demeter, "I would never dream of hurting Persephone. I will never hurt her for as long as I live." Hecate knew this to be true, but Demeter wasn't so certain. That is when Persephone stepped into the room. She gave her mother a smile, welcoming her to the underworld, and in the palm of her hand was a pomegranate. It glowed bright red in the darkness of the room. Hecate felt a wave of understanding wash over her. She knew what that pomegranate meant. Persephone had eaten the seeds in the underworld, and because of that, she would have to live here for good. Demeter was not pleased. She accused Hades of trapping her daughter, of forcing her to be his bride. But Hecate knew better. The pomegranate gave Persephone an inexcusable reason to be down here. She could be with her love, regardless of her mother's preference. Hades struck a deal with Demeter sensing that she would not budge on her opinion. For half of the year, she could have Persephone up in the human world, and for the other half, Persephone would reside home in the underworld with him. Demeter was not pleased, but having no other option, she agreed. With the wave of his hand, Hades dismissed Demeter, sending her back to the surface with his magic. Yet Hecate remained, and when Hecate looked at Persephone's face, she knew why. Persephone was a lost soul. This moment was one of happiness, but it was also a big change. Hecate and Persephone sat down along the river, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight that beamed through the surface overhead. Persephone wasn't used to the underworld. She had only been here for a couple of hours, and she already felt out of place. How could she grow to love this place as much as she loved Hades? Hecate took Persephone's hand in her own. In her calm, soothing tone, she told Persephone that she would always have a friend in Hecate. She would visit her whenever Persephone wanted, and she could show Persephone how to walk the line between homesickness and belonging. It was something she was well versed in, after all. For several months, Hecate did just that. She would awaken in the night, light her torches, and meander through the underworld, looking for lost souls. When she found them, she would lead them over the mountains and through the woods until they reached the underworld. Only now, Hecate would join them as they crossed the river and traveled deeper into the underworld. Once the soul was happily where they belonged, Hecate would head to the palace to find Persephone. There, Hecate would hand Persephone bouquets of flowers gathered from the surface. She would light a brilliant fire and serve Persephone teas and potions that brought her great comfort. It was Hecate's job to help lost souls, but as she grew closer and closer to Persephone, she realized that she, too, had been lost. For so long, she had embraced her life of solitude under the moon. She forged deep connections with the lost souls she found, only to send them on their way and never see them again within the span of a few hours. But with Persephone, things were different. Hecate talked to her about the beauty of the land, about her long nights helping lost souls, about her abilities to see the future. And as she told Persephone these things, she felt free. It was her first friendship. Hades, too, would join their conversations on occasion. He expressed great gratitude to Hecate for making his wife feel at home. Truly, her happiness was his greatest joy in life. And as the months passed, It became clear that Persephone was incredibly happy, overwhelmed with bliss over his new life with Persephone. Hades extended a gift to Hecate. It was her own home in the underworld, a place where she could stay, a place where she wouldn't have to be a traveler. He knew she wouldn't stay there all the time, but he extended it as an offer to her. She, too, was family. And if she ever wanted to visit any of the lost souls who she had led to a peaceful life in the underworld, she was more than welcome to do so. Hecate was touched by this. She had never had a home before, nor a real family since she struck out on her own. And though it was far from traditional, Hades, Persephone, and the lost souls that she had saved felt like her family. Hecate continued on her mission, wandering through the fog-shrouded woods to help souls find their way, soaking in the power of the moon every night. It's said that you can still feel the warmth of Hecate's love when you step out into the night air. The kiss of the moon, the comfort that can be found in that stillness. It is all a gift from Hecate, reminding you that you belong, and if you are lost, she is always there to help you find your way.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Matt, and tonight we will be swept away to forgotten shores where Oceanus, last of the mighty Titans, rests. Follow the brave mortal Thalia on her divine mission to understand why the world's waters have slowed. Witness how a compassionate mortal heart reawakens an ancient god's purpose, bringing renewal to all realms. At the edge of the world, where sky meets void and all known lands find their terminus, Oceanus stood waist-deep in the great cosmic river. His body, massive, weathered, and blue-tinged like the deepest waters, had maintained this post since before memory itself was born. The ancient Titan's beard, a cascade of foam and spray that fell to his chest, rippled with the same currents that coursed through the great river encircling creation. Today, however, the currents faltered. Oceanus frowned as he felt the water sluggishly pushing against his palms. For eons uncounted, he had maintained the circular flow that nourished all life. That fed every stream, river, and rain cloud across the mortal realm. Now, like an aging heart struggling to pump blood, his great river grew torpid. "Flow," he commanded, his voice deep as underwater caverns. The waters trembled, but failed to quicken. He raised his arms etched with patterns of waves and currents, marked by the cartography of all the world's waterways, and brought them down with decisive force. The impact sent ripples outward that should have circled the entire cosmos, but instead they diminished quickly, fading to nothing before reaching even the nearest shore. Oceanus felt the familiar weight of weariness settling over him, heavier than it had been even the day before. How long had he stood here? How many ages had passed since he'd felt the genuine desire to maintain this endless cycle? His mind drifted, as it often does, to the Titanomachy, when brother fought brother, when the old order crumbled beneath Zeus's lightning and Poseidon's trident. He had watched from this very spot as his siblings raged against the Olympians. He had listened to their calls for him to join their war, yet he had remained at his post. "The waters must flow," he had told Cronus when his brother demanded his allegiance. "Should I abandon my duty, all life would wither, victors and vanquished alike." Neither side had understood his neutrality. After the Olympians' victory, his brothers and sisters were cast into Tartarus. He alone among the Titans maintained his ancient station, neither punished nor celebrated. He was simply forgotten. Now he stood, as he had always stood, feeling the cosmic waters growing more stagnant with each passing day. When did purpose become mere routine? When did routine become a burden? The mortals build their boats smaller now, he mused aloud to the empty horizon. They hug the shores, fearing the deeper waters. Soon they may forget I exist at all. A pale blue fish with luminous scales darted between his fingers. Oceanus followed its path with eyes the color of twilight over still water. At least some creatures still remembered him, still sought his touch. Oceanus sighed, a sound like waves retreating from a beach, and once again pressed his hands into the current, willing it forward. The waters moved reluctantly, as though they too had grown weary of their eternal journey. "Flow," he whispered again, softer this time. Not a command, but a plea. On Mount Olympus, a storm was brewing, not in the skies, but among the gods themselves. The marble council chamber echoed with immortal voices raised in argument. "This drought has lasted 3 seasons, Demeter said, her voice tight with anger. "The crops fail, the animals perish. My worshippers beg me for relief." Apollo stepped forward, sunlight dancing across his perfect features. The rivers in Thessaly have shrunk to trickles. Riverbeds that have flowed since the dawn of mankind now lie exposed to the sun. Poseidon, barnacles crusting his beard and crown, looked up sharply. "My seas grow brackish and slow. Even the tides labor to turn." His eyes, green as the deepest ocean, narrowed. "This comes from a power beyond our making." A murmur passed through the assembled immortals. "Oceanus," Athena said quietly, speaking the name they all contemplated. The mere mention of the ancient Titan sent a ripple of unease through the chamber. Zeus's jaw tightened. "What would you have us think?" he demanded of his gray-eyed daughter. "That the old river god intentionally withholds his waters? That he moves against us after all these ages?" Athena's cool voice cut through the rising debate. "Oceanus remained neutral during our war with the Titans. While his brothers and sisters fought, he maintained his vigil over the cosmic waters. Which is precisely why he still flows free while the others languish in Tartarus," Hephaestus grumbled from his seat. "Perhaps he regrets that choice now." "Or perhaps," Hermes suggested, twirling his caduceus between nimble fingers, "Oceanus doesn't even realize what's happening. The old ones exist differently than we do. Time moves strangely for them." Zeus rose, towering over the assembly. Lightning flickered in his beard as he considered the arguments. "Oceanus was old when I was young," he admitted grudgingly. "His power runs deep, beyond even my full understanding. We cannot simply demand he restore the waters, nor can we risk offending him should this be some accidental lapse." "Then what?" demanded Poseidon. "We watch the world parch and die?" Zeus shook his head. We send an emissary, someone who can approach the Ancient One without threat or insult, someone who can observe and report back what they find. It cannot be one of us, though. Oceanus might see any god as a challenge or demand. We need someone. A slow smile spread across his face. Someone mortal, someone humble enough to approach with proper reverence, yet clever enough to understand what they witness. A mortal. Hera's eyebrows arched in surprise. At the edge of the world? Yes. Zeus nodded, decision made. A mortal hero must go where we cannot. Let us find one worthy of the task. Hermes, tasked with assembling candidates, had whispered dreams of glory into the ears of warriors, priests, and adventurers across Greece. They came one by one, each believing they were following their own desires rather than divine suggestions. Too brash, Athena said, as a muscled warrior with countless battle scars prayed at the altar. He would challenge Oceanus rather than listen. Too timid, Ares countered, when a scholarly priest approached with trembling hands. He would faint at the mere sight of a Titan. Candidate after candidate arrived and departed, unaware of the immortal scrutiny above. None seemed suitable for the delicate task ahead. As the day waned, a young woman entered the grove. She carried no weapons, wore no finery, and brought no elaborate offerings, only a small clay vessel of water that she poured carefully upon the altar stone. "This one," Poseidon said suddenly, leaning forward. "I know her." The woman, dark-haired and lean, with eyes the mutable green-gray of shallow seas, knelt by the altar. Her name was Thalia, and unlike the others, she came not seeking glory, but bearing gratitude. When she was a child, Poseidon explained, her fishing village was swept away in a flood. As the waters rose, my son Achilles lifted her to safety. She alone survived. Yet she doesn't fear water. Look how she handles it, with reverence. Indeed, Thalia's fingers traced the path of the water she had poured, following its journey across the stone with an almost unconscious familiarity. "She has lived by my rivers ever since," Poseidon continued. "The water nymphs say she speaks to the currents as if they understand her. Perhaps they do." Zeus studied the mortal woman carefully. "She bears no resentment for the waters that took her family?" "None," Poseidon replied. "She understands what few mortals grasp, that water gives life before it takes it, and gives life again after." "Thalia," Zeus decided, his voice carrying the weight of divine decree. "She will go." The gods descended, invisible to mortal eyes, but present as a sudden weight in the air that made Thalia look up from her prayers. She felt rather than saw them gather around her, their voices overlapping in her mind. They told her of Oceanus, of the drought, of the journey to the world's edge that no mortal had made before. They warned her of the dangers, the trackless wastes, the monsters of the deep, the madness that could come from gazing into the cosmic void. "You offer me death if I fail," she said simply when they finished. "But what if I succeed?" "Then life returns to a parched world," Zeus answered. "Is that not enough?" The mortal woman looked toward the horizon, toward the impossible journey ahead, and nodded. "It is." Oceanus had lost track of time again. He had been daydreaming again, drifting through memories older than mountains. He recalled the first rainfall upon the newly formed earth, the first river carving its path to the sea, the first spring bubbling from stone. But then, a sound broke his reverie. Something foreign, something that didn't belong at the edge of reality. Footsteps. The Titan turned slowly, water rippling around his massive form as he shifted. There, on the narrow strip of land that marked the boundary between the mortal world and his eternal river, stood a human figure, small, fragile, and impossibly out of place. Thalia stood at the precipice of existence, her body aching from the journey. For 3 weeks she had traveled, walking when the path allowed, sailing when it didn't, climbing when the earth demanded it. She had navigated labyrinths of stone where ancient monsters still lurked, crossed a desert where the sand burned like embers, and sailed through fog so thick it felt like passing through the veil between life and death. Now, her clothes salt-crusted and torn, she gazed upon the being she had been sent to find. He was vaster than she had imagined, not simply tall or broad, but somehow occupying more space than his physical form should allow. His skin shifted between shades of blue and green like sunlight through deep water, and his eyes, when he finally turned them toward her, contained depths she couldn't fathom. Oceanus stared at the mortal, genuine confusion creasing his ancient features. "Why?" he rumbled after a long pause. "Is there a human at the edge of the world?" Thalia opened her mouth to explain her divine mission, but the Titan continued speaking as if she hadn't moved. "They aren't supposed to be able to reach this place," he muttered, more to himself than to her. "The pathways are hidden. The guardians should prevent it." He squinted at her. "Are you dead? Is that it? Some shadow that took a wrong turn on the way to the underworld?" Despite her exhaustion, Thalia almost laughed. "I am very much alive, great Oceanus. I've been sent to—" "Sent?" The Titan's expression darkened, waters churning around him. "I'm sorry. Who sent you here exactly?" "The Olympians," Thalia answered, dropping to one knee in respect. Oceanus made a sound like waves crashing against cliffs. "Of course, Zeus, always Zeus." The waters around him sloshed irritably. 3,000 years of leaving me in peace, and now he sends a mortal messenger? He peered down at her. What does the King of Gods want now? Another war? Some cosmic favor? Thalia remained kneeling, but raised her eyes to meet his gaze. "They believe something troubles your waters, Great One. The world suffers from drought, rivers run dry, crops fail, children thirst. And naturally, it must be my fault," Oceanus scoffed. "Is it your fault?" Thalia asked, the question escaping before she could consider its wisdom. The Titan blinked, clearly not expecting such directness. That's not—" He frowned. "The waters flow as they always have." "Do they?" Thalia gestured to the river surrounding him. "From where I stand, they seem reluctant." Another long silence as Oceanus studied her with newfound intensity. "You know water," he said finally, a statement rather than a question. "I've lived beside it all my life," she answered. "I've respected its power, cherished its gifts, mourned its losses." "Tell me, mortal," he said, his voice softer now, like distant rain. "If you understand water so well, what do you see when you look at mine?" Thalia considered the vast river encircling the world, its surface oddly still, despite being the source of all flowing water. Where it should have surged with vitality, it merely persisted. "I see water that has forgotten its purpose," she answered finally. "Water that moves because it must, not because it desires to." Oceanus's ancient eyes narrowed, but he made no move to contradict her. Instead, he lowered himself until he sat upon the riverbed, bringing his massive form closer to her human height. "There was a time," he said after a long silence, "when these waters sang, before there were mortals to hear it, before there were gods to claim dominion over it." His eyes grew distant, reflecting memories older than civilization. "When I first drew water from chaos and gave it form, it sang with the joy of existence. I shaped the first rainfall from nothing. I carved the first riverbeds with my fingers." His voice grew stronger, resonating across the cosmic boundary. "I taught water how to flow, how to fall, how to rise again as mist and cloud." Thalia watched in wonder as the waters nearest to them began to move with more vigor, catching the light differently, reflecting fragments of those ancient memories. "What happened to the song?" she asked. "Time happened. Order happened." Oceanus gestured vaguely toward the distant world. "Zeus and his pantheon happened." "The Titanomachy," Thalia said, understanding dawning. "I did not fight," Oceanus said, a defensive edge entering his voice. "I did not take sides when my brothers and sisters warred with Zeus and his siblings. I remained neutral, for water cannot take sides. Water must flow for all, or for none." "A principled choice," Thalia observed. "A necessary one." The Titan's massive shoulders slumped. "Yet for that choice, I was neither punished like my kin, nor welcomed by the new gods. I was left, alone, forgotten, except when the cosmos needs something from these waters." Thalia considered his words carefully. "So your waters slow because you feel unappreciated?" The question hung between them, dangerously direct. The river surged suddenly around Oceanus, water rising in agitation. "My waters flow exactly as they should," he snapped, defenses rising again. "With respect, great Titan, they don't." Thalia stood her ground despite the waters churning nearby. "Children die of thirst while you nurse ancient grievances at the edge of creation." "You dare!" Oceanus started. "I dare because someone must," she interrupted. "You speak of purpose, Oceanus. What was the purpose of your neutrality during the Great War, if not to preserve life? Yet now you allow life to wither because you feel slighted by gods and forgotten by mortals." The waters rose higher, threatening to sweep her away, but Thalia didn't flinch. For a moment that stretched into eternity, mortal and Titan regarded each other across the divide of their natures. Then, unexpectedly, the waters subsided. "There is wisdom in you, little one," Oceanus said, his voice hollow, "and cruelty too." He turned his gaze toward the infinite horizon. "Do you know what it is to exist as I do? Neutral yet essential, present yet forgotten, creating life yet never truly part of it." The admission hung in the air between them, the paradox of his existence finally voiced after ages of solitude. Thalia stood quietly for a long moment. Then she knelt and opened the small leather pouch at her waist. From it, she drew the simple clay vessel she had carried since leaving her village, the same vessel she had used to pour water on the altar when the gods found her. Without explanation, she walked to the water's edge, dipped the vessel into Oceanus's cosmic river, and raised it to her lips. The Titan watched, puzzled, as she drank deeply of the ancient waters. "There was a spring in my village," she said finally, lowering the vessel. "Fed by the river Achelous. When the flood came, I was drawing water from it. The waters rose so quickly. Houses, animals, people, all swept away in moments." Oceanus remained silent, but the waters around him stilled, as if listening. "I should have died with them, but as the flood reached me, the water changed. It lifted me, carried me to higher ground." Her eyes met his. "Your descendant Achelous saved me, but it was your water, your creation, that became his hands." She knelt again at the shore and poured some of the water she had collected back into the cosmic river. It was a small offering, almost absurdly insignificant against the vastness of his domain, but she performed the gesture with reverence. "Every morning since then, I've greeted the water that gives me life. Every evening, I've thanked it for another day." She placed her palm flat against the surface of his river. Not Zeus, not Poseidon, not even Achelous himself. The water, your water. A tremor passed through the cosmic river, rippling outward from her touch. Oceanus felt it resonate through his ancient form, a sensation almost forgotten. Recognition. Thalia saw something change in his eyes, a flicker of what might have been wonder, breaking through the ages of isolation. She reached again into her pouch and removed a handful of small objects. A smooth river stone from her village, a shell from the sea crossing, a tiny vial of morning dew collected on her journey. One by one, she placed them at the boundary where the mortal world met cosmic waters. Simple tokens of how his creation touched every aspect of mortal existence. The stone she positioned carefully at the shore's edge, half submerged. "For endurance," she said, "water shapes stone over centuries, patient and persistent." The shell she floated on the surface. "For shelter, water provides home to countless beings." The vial of dew she upended into his river. "For renewal, water returns always in cycles unending." Oceanus watched her ritual with growing fascination. How long had it been since anyone, mortal or immortal, had acknowledged his waters with such understanding? The rivers of the world were worshipped, yes, but as separate entities. The rain was prayed for, the seas were feared and respected, but as cosmic water, the source of all waters, that had been forgotten, taken for granted, reduced to a philosophical concept rather than a living force. Yet here was this mortal, honoring not just what his water provided, but what it was. Almost unconsciously, Oceanus raised his massive hand. Droplets rose from the cosmic river, spinning in complex patterns above his palm, the first voluntary creation he had attempted in millennia. The water caught the light, refracting it into colors Thalia had never seen before, shimmering with possibilities. The Titan's expression softened as he watched his own creation dance. Somewhere deep within the cosmic river, currents that had grown sluggish began to quicken. Oceanus closed his massive hand, dissolving the dancing droplets back into the river. His gaze, no longer distant, fixed upon the mortal before him, and then swept across the vast expanse of his domain. For the first time in ages, he truly saw his waters, not merely as his burden or duty, but as the living, vital force they were meant to be. "I had forgotten," he said simply. The Titan rose to his full height, water cascading from his form like a waterfall. He spread his arms wide, and the cosmic river responded immediately, surging upward, circling him in spirals of increasing speed. The boundary between Titan and water blurred until it seemed Oceanus himself was transforming into pure, liquid energy. Thalia stepped back, shielding her eyes against the sudden brilliance emanating from the waters. The cosmic river roared now with a sound that was both thunderous and musical. "Go now, Thalia of the riverbank," Oceanus called, his voice somehow both louder and more distant. "Return to your world. Tell Zeus his drought will end." She wanted to speak, to thank him perhaps, but the words caught in her throat as she witnessed his transformation. The Titan was no longer standing in the river, but had become one with it, his consciousness expanding outward through every current, every drop, until the entire cosmic waterway pulsed with renewed purpose. With a gentle but irresistible force, the waters rose to carry Thalia back the way she had come. As the edge of the world receded from view, she glimpsed Oceanus one final time, not as the weary guardian she had first encountered, but as a primal force of creation, joyfully reunited with his true nature. Across the world, parched riverbeds suddenly darkened with moisture. Dry wells filled with sweet water that tasted of something ancient and new all at once. Rain clouds gathered over withered fields, and the seas swelled with fresh currents from the depths. Life, carried on the back of water, returned to the world once more. And at the edge of all things, Oceanus flowed on, forgotten no longer. I hope you enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story.